building our way towards Survivor Series War Games. This is going to be big, juicy, exciting. Cannot wait to start this build because I think this is going to be a really, really good time. And the reason why I say that is because normally when we're building towards Survivor Series, it's normally a bit drab because it's Raw against SmackDown. Now, we do sometimes get like invasions and we do sometimes get moments like that can lead to a bit of excitement, superstars turning up on different shows. But for me, because we've seen this for quite a few years now, it's sort of lost its effect. Like, you know, seeing some Raw superstars turn up on SmackDown, it's not that exciting. Obviously, big invasions can be fun, but I am willing to sacrifice those for something that's going to be more story-driven, something that's got a bit more meaning, maybe a little bit more of a stipulation to it. It means a bit more, the outcome of the match. Because, you know, we've seen Raw against SmackDown, and whoever wins, it doesn't really matter. You know, one side is sad for about 5 minutes, and then that's it, they move on. Whereas, obviously, if you're doing, like, I don't know, Wyatt's against the Bloodline, that's obviously going to have bigger repercussions, whatever happens. So I much more prefer going down this road where we're going to be using stories rather than just Raw against SmackDown. And the fact that we are introducing War Games to the main roster. This is going to be the first time that War Games has been used on the main WWE programming. That is going to be very exciting to see how Triple H uses War Games. And who's going to be in there? Is it going to be Wyatt's? Is it going to be Bloodline? Is it going to be Damage Control? Is it going to be Judgment Day? Like, what are the matches going to be? We're actually not that far away from Survivor Series. So this is the whole point why we're talking about this, because we've got to start building. I mean, it's like 2-3 weeks away from Survivor Series. It's not like a month down the road. It's about 3 weeks. So we've got a little bit of time, but not really enough time to start brand new feuds. So I sort of feel like the feuds that we're getting at the moment, those are going to be the ones that we get at Survivor Series. If we are doing Wyatt's against Bloodline, that needs to start this week, right? We've got to start that feud this week. You're going to need to get the adverts out. You're going to need to get the posters out. You need to get the graphics done. You need to let everyone know what the matches are at Survivor Series. And at the moment, there's been no indication that Bray is looking to go after Roman. And he still might not, right? That might not be the match that we're going to get. But if it is, it's got to start this week. So that means Friday should be quite interesting. But it means tonight is interesting as well. I feel really confident that one of the matches that we're going to be getting is going to be Damage Control with Nikki Cross taking on Asuka, Alexa, Bianca, and Candice LeRae. I feel like that 4-on-4 is probably there or thereabouts, and I think that's probably one of the matches we'll end up getting. It's hard to not see the Bloodline being in one of those matches. I don't know who against. It might be somewhat horrible, like the Brawling Brutes and the New Day, like, chucked together. It might end up being something like that, and that would be pretty horrible. I would much prefer it to be an actual faction. I would much prefer it to be, like, Wyatt's. Wyatt's would be my number one choice. But it'd be great if it was someone like the OC or someone like that. I know they're on a different brand. But someone, you get my point, that's an actual faction rather than just shoving some tag teams together. And I am a little bit worried we might go that way. Because I'm just looking, who are they feuding with? Roman's just come off the match with Logan. I don't think Logan is going to join forces with Jake and KSI and all these people. And I don't think they will be the match for Survivor Series. So, it's hard to know which way we're going if it's not the Wyatts. So it might end up being a couple of tag teams shoved together, but we'll find that out more on Friday. Obviously, we're going to find out the fallout from Crown Jewel. There's not loads that's been announced. The only thing that I've seen, and I do need to have just a quick look, but the only thing I've seen is a Seth Rollins Open Challenge. So Seth Rollins Open Challenge for the United States Championship. That's on Raw tonight. As well as that, I honestly don't know that they've announced anything. Just having a quick scroll down. No, that's the only thing that's been announced. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting show tonight. Very, very interesting show. It's hard to know what to expect, but as we said, we are going to continue the build towards Survivor Series. I'll keep an eye on Fightful. I don't want to get into the chat, but I will keep an eye on Fightful because they normally drop the plans early, and we'll have a look and see what they're saying. Right. I can't believe no one has noticed Asuka on the Crown Jewel Wyatt segment. When the logo appears, Asuka's eyes go into a trance and she snaps out of it. Interesting. Sem said, shouldn't Raw start at this time? No, the clocks in America have changed, so I believe we go back to it being in about 50 minutes' time. Edward, hello. Hope you are well. Leapin Lucha Larry said Judgment Day versus OC and Beth. Judgment Day against OC and Beth. The only thing with that is, how do you put men and women inside the same cage? Because they can't. There's not really a way of the men like avoiding the women in like a war game environment where everyone's just brawling. That's going to be quite tricky. So if it does go just down to the men, then you're like low of numbers. I did just see Rotem there saying 5-on-5, which is a really good point, actually, because apparently it was announced, and it did pass me by, but it was announced, I think, during the Survivor Series advert that it would be 5 against 5. So in regards to damage control and Bianca and Asuka and Alexa and blah, 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 they will both have to add an additional member. And if it is going to be OC and Judgment Day, they're going to need to get to 5 as well, because apparently that advert did say that it would be 5-on-5. Elliot said, I think that Brawling Brutes with Kevin Owens would be fun. It'd be great to use Kevin Owens, I agree. Maybe Sammy could cost the bloodline by accident and tease Sammy and KO working together, and it makes Jay worse. That's a really good shout, actually. That's a really good shout. I like that, having Sammy and Kevin Owens in there, because we see them wanting him to hit Kevin Owens with a chair, and he refused to do it about a month ago. I seem to remember Kevin, it might have been longer, but I seem to remember there being a match, and it was Kevin Owens against Jay, and I think Kevin Owens was draped over the ropes, and they gave Sammy the chair, and they wanted Sammy to hit Kevin Owens with it, and he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So, we have seen seeds planted before that Sammy and Kevin Owens have still got that friendship, that bond. So, yeah, put them inside War Games, and you've got plenty of opportunity to kind of explore that a little bit more. So, yeah, I'm down for that, Elliot. Good shout. Jake said, I still stand by Bray was disappointing at Crown Jewel. Okay. Jake, shout out to you. Trent Withrow said, I think we'll get Hurt Business back. Okay. Considering we've got a potential Bobby heel turn at Crown Jewel, and that will set up Hurt Business versus Bloodline. The only thing is they're on different brands. I don't know how much that's going to be an issue. I think Triple H said that they were going to be more storyline driven rather than just Raw against SmackDown. So again, this goes back to the point I said at the start of the stream. We're going to need to start the builds this week, because if you are going to do Hurt Business, you're going to need to get them back together. Then you're going to have to get them to go over to SmackDown for some reason. And then you're going to have to start like the interactions and everything. And you're going to have to do that and get the graphics out and let people know about the match. If that is the match, it's going to be the main event. And you're going to need to get that information out as soon as possible so that people are aware as to what the main event is, what they're tuning into for Survivor Series. And so that's why this week could be quite a big week. So exciting. Personally, I'm not sure I see it going that way. I think there's quite a lot of hurdles to jump over. Like, we've got to get the Hurt Business back together. Then they're going to have to go over to SmackDown. And is that more likely than some of the other options? I'd probably lean in towards no. But never say never. Could happen. Ezekiel is gone and Elias is back, says Sean. Indeed. Brian said, Wrestlers Day, Brian, Brian, hello. Hope you are well. Eric said, who do you think's returning first, Charlotte or Randy? I would go Charlotte. I'd go Charlotte just because apparently the Randy injury is very serious. And I think we don't really understand how serious because the information has been quite limited. But I think the fact that the last time we saw him was about May. And it's already been like June, July, August, September, October. I mean, honestly, it's been months. It might not feel that way, but if you think about like what Riddle has done since Randy has been gone, it's been a long time. I think, didn't Riddle, just after Randy went, and have a match with Roman for the Universal Championship? Like, I'm sure it's around that same time. So that was a long time ago. So you are going back months and months and months and months and months. And Dave Meltzer the other day, I think, commented and said that there's concern for how serious the injury actually is. So I genuinely don't know when we're getting Randy back, but I am not expecting it to be 2022. I'm expecting 2023, of course. But I couldn't even tell you when in 2023. Rumble obviously feels like a good place to bring him back if he's going to be ready around that time. That would feel like a good place to bring him back. My guess is he would come back, go straight after Riddle. And that would set up Riddle and Randy for WrestleMania. But, that's just an outside guess, to be honest. I've got to think that Charlotte, apparently Charlotte's been going through something, but Andrade has teased that, like, we will find out what that is, relatively soon. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that she's going to be coming back and then we'll find out, or has something else happened. I don't know. There's clearly some issue with Charlotte as well, but I would expect her back before Randy. Jackson said, Damage Control with Nikki and Tegan against Bianca, Alexa, Asuka, Candice, and Indy. I like Indy coming up. Elliot said, Mia Yim is reported to be the OC teammate for taking on Rhea. Maybe the female War Games is Alexa, Asuka, Bianca, Mia Yim, and Candice taking on Damage Control, Nikki, and Rhea. Maybe. Days, have you still got me in a timeout? I have no one in timeouts. I could not tell you. The last person I timed out almost certainly was a mod. So no, I did not have you in a timeout. Molderspoon said, I hope it's not the same news that Carmella. Oh yes, yeah, that's a good shout. Actually, I didn't even consider that. But yeah, hopefully not. Either way, it's something bad. I mean, we knew that Charlotte was going away to get married, and we knew that there was a niggling injury. Certainly wasn't aware of it being like a horrific injury because she worked the match with Ronda at WrestleMania Backlash. And I think that's the last time we saw Charlotte, was when she got beaten down by Ronda in what was a very good women's match. Very, very good women's match. And so I think that was the last time we saw Charlotte. And then she went away and she just never came back. I mean, I was expecting her back after like a month or something. Just a little niggling injury thing, but it just kept going on and on and on. And then there was a report not long ago where Andrade was saying that, there's been some stuff and we're going to find out about it like sooner rather than later. But nothing's come out about that. So I hope it's not that, of course, Moldy. But keep your eyes peeled. Jim said, I'm hoping for Bianca versus Ronda and Seth versus Volta at Survivor Series. Well, you could still get singles matches, definitely. It's not like every match needs to be the 5-on-5 Survivor Series match. So, you can still get some singles matches. I don't mind I don't mind them doing champ versus champ still. I don't mind that for the mid card belts, whatever. I just think that I don't like the whole thing being themed as Raw SmackDown. Like, I don't care about SmackDown won 5-1 or whatever it is. Like, it doesn't mean anything. If you want to do that for the mid card belts, though, yeah, it'd be pretty fun. I mean, Seth against Gunther would be awesome. I mean, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I'd definitely sign me up for that. And Ronda against Bianca, yeah, great sounding match. I don't know that it hurts that the titles can't change hands. It's a little bit of bragging rights, isn't it? I suppose. So, and they would be bangers. But I think obviously Roman can't fight himself. But more than likely, Bloodline, I would have to think, would be one of the teams. So you could still go that way. You could still go down that path. I wouldn't mind that. Becky is going to come back on SmackDown and Charlotte's going to come back on Raw, I think, says Mark. Rowdy Warrior said, I wouldn't mind if they do 4 horsewomen on the main roster. Yeah, so at the moment, Charlotte was a heel. Becky was a heel, but she seemed to kind of turn face, or at least show, I think the plan was for her to turn face. She showed that respect and stood up to Bayley when Bayley came back at SummerSlam. So you could probably get away with Becky still being heel. But so you've got Charlotte was heel. Bayley is heel. Becky was heel, and I think she can stay heel. And then you've got and Sasha's a problem. Sasha's a problem because she's not around. But obviously there's talk that she could be on the way back, massively amplified by the fact that WWE included her in the opening signature for Crown Jewel. And apparently, according to Fightful, it's just that they used the wrong one. They just used the wrong one, and that's the reason for it. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they're covering their backs. I don't know, obviously, if they're just trying to save a bit of face and she is coming back, or if they are telling the truth and they're just massively incompetent and they used the wrong opening signature and the one that included Sasha and Naomi. So again, we'll have to wait and see. No news on that, unfortunately. The only news came out of Fightful, and they said that it was a mistake. So that's the only news that we've seen on that so far. Ron Winarski, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Says, I started the Cena sucks chant. I'm proud of it. Cena had choice words for me, says Ron Winarski. Ron, when do you feel that you started the Cena sucks chants? When do you feel that you started that? I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm just saying that if you did, that's a pretty big deal because Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks is synonymous with John Cena. So you started something that I think people really think of when they think of John Cena. When I think of John Cena, I think of like the brightly colored shirts, but I also think of the kind of split reaction that he would get, and very much Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks comes to my mind. So yeah, I'd be interested, Ron, as to when you did that. He says 2009. What, where? At what show? What show? Hasib said, would you agree that in the history of WWE of people bursting onto the scene, AJ Styles settled in the quickest? I don't know how you would compare that, to be honest. Because certainly if you go back to the 80s, you've got, think about when Vince was expanding and he was going to the territories and he was like cherry picking the talent from all the different territories. So when Vince took over WWE in the early 80s, he had a good roster, but it was not the roster that you would see at WrestleMania 1 and WrestleMania 2. It was a much thinner, less spectacular roster. And the reason why they were so, packed full of stars, the reason why you could look around and see a Rowdy Roddy Piper and a Junkyard Dog and a Harley Race, a Hulk Hogan, Paul Orndorff and so on, is that they were going out and they were taking them from all the other territories. So they were going to like the AWA, they were going to Memphis, they were going to Mid-South, and they were taking the best talent, they were attracting the best talent and just hoovering up everyone and then bringing them in. So, you could look at someone like Rowdy Roddy Piper, for example, as someone that came in and, massively hit the ground running. I think that you could find quite a few examples of that, certainly in the 80s. And then, again, I mean, Kane, look at Kane when Kane first comes in. I mean, when Kane comes in, he comes in as a main event talent, comes in as a massive, massive star. I don't know if Kane is disqualified because he was Isaac Yankem and Fake Diesel before that, or if we're just looking at the character of Kane. But I would say that wrestling is littered with examples of people that have come in and hit the ground running. So, but AJ definitely had a fantastic start. The funny thing about AJ's start was that apparently he was not seen as a big deal. Vince didn't see it as a big deal, and hence why he just kind of comes out at number 3, and his entrance is a bit botched. And I think AJ even told the story there was no plans for him. He had signed, and he was going to be used, but they had no plans to use him on the next night Raw. So Rumble was on the Sunday, and he wasn't planned to even be at Raw on Monday. But the reaction that he got was enough for Vince to go, oh, okay, we've got something here. So it's kind of funny, actually, that you mention AJ, because even Vince didn't quite realize what he had when he signed AJ Styles. And to be honest, it's been pretty horrific these past few years. I mean, you've probably got to go back to 2019 for like some really good AJ stuff. Part of me feels like I've not seen AJ Styles in about 2 years. And that's bad, isn't it? It's because he got lumbered with a Moss. So he was put in the OC, and I would argue when he was in the OC the first time, that was really not good for him. Like, he does have the Boneyard match with The Undertaker. That was in 2020. I'd say that was a highlight, definitely. But really a rare highlight. And I don't think him doing anything with the OC the first time round was that great at all. I was really down on it, to be honest. I can't remember what we do immediately after, but we certainly don't find him getting loads of opportunities or anything. He ends up getting into the tag team with the Moss, right, which was awful. And now he's back with the OC. And look, this might be all right. Some of the matches he's having at the moment is pretty good, actually. And I think Gallows and Anderson this time around seem a lot more appealing to me. But still doesn't feel like when he first came in and he was going after the title and it was really around the main event picture. And, we were getting some of those incredible matches like him against Roman Reigns. That was fantastic. That was absolutely brilliant. Or him against John Cena, which were, again, absolutely fantastic matches that just steal shows. I can't remember the last time AJ Styles stole a show. It's not really his fault. I just don't think they're booking him very well. He's just been used in a tag division and used in a faction. And really, what you want is AJ Styles out there on his own, kind of a bit like Seth, just like, being his own guy. So, yeah, I feel a bit sad about AJ. Whenever I think of AJ, I get a bit glum because I just feel like we've got someone that's like a Shawn Michaels, like a Bret Hart, someone that's just an incredible generational in-ring talent. And why are we not letting them shine? Why are we putting him with a Moss for God knows how long? Why are we just shoving him in with the OC? And if he is going to be in a faction, then let's have it be a bit cooler, right? First of all, the OC as a name sucks. Absolutely sucks. If you think about like Bullet Club and the t-shirt designs for Bullet Club, I mean, Bullet Club is a great sounding name, and the t-shirts were amongst the best-selling wrestling t-shirts of that generation. Like, they were inside Hot Topic, and they were just flying off the shelves because Bullet Club was cool, and each member had their own variants. So you had, like, the Young Bucks variant of the design, and you had the Kenny Omega cleaner variant of the design. And it was cool, and it was well thought out, and you could tell that Bullet Club was the be-all and end-all when it came to New Japan. They really were the number one faction, the number one guys. Kenny Omega was in the group. Before that, AJ Styles. Before that, Finn Balor. And, you know, I believe they're still going strong now. Bullet Club in New Japan, and they've been going a long time. It doesn't feel like that same level of attention to detail and work and commitment has gone into the OC. So, you know, if you are going to use AJ in a faction like that, you can certainly do it. It got done in New Japan. It worked very well, but it needs to be bigger. They need to be badder. They need to be cooler. They need to have a better name. They need to have T-shirts that are like #1 bestsellers because the designs are fire. Like, it just feels like we're just really half-hearted with this. Really, really half-hearted attempt at trying to create something Bullet Club-esque. So the only thing I would say is I do think the matches they've had recently have been good. I think their feud with Judgment Day has been good. I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to fix the Rhea problem. And if it is going to be Mia Yim, that's going to be a nice moment. So that'll be tasty. So there's definitely some positives around. I don't want to be like super negative, super down on everything. I just think that we've got a talent here that's very special, generational. And I don't think we're getting the most out of him. I'd have to think even hardcore AJ Styles fans would agree we're not getting the most out of him at the moment. So for me, work to be done there. Work to be done. But under Triple H's booking, who knows? Maybe that work will be done. I had no confidence under Vince because I just don't think Vince got it, to be honest. But I have to think that Triple H does. Is everyone feeling oozy tonight? Yes. Yes. LS Dub, shout out to you. Right now, said OC makes me think of Orange County. Yes, it makes me think of the TV show. Maybe a bit more now, I think of Orange Cassidy as well. But certainly first time round, I remember talking a lot about how it just reminded me of the OC, the teen drama TV show from California. I just think the original club as well, it's just not very cool, is it? It's just not very cool. It's kind of like, oh, forget the other clubs. We were the original club. It's like, all right, good for you. But that doesn't make you cool now. There's plenty of things that were great back in the day. You know, that's kind of like MySpace rebranding itself as the original social media. Like, you know, people ain't going to go flock into it now that it's, you know, been overtaken. So I don't know, maybe they will now that Elon Musk is in charge of Twitter. Who knows? But I think that the name definitely needs to be changed. They're probably so committed to it now, though, they probably wouldn't. Jono said MySpace was a better world. I do agree with that, actually. I think the fact that you could choose your own music so that, do you know, actually think about it. If you, every time you clicked on someone's profile, a different track played, I could see that being a bit annoying, actually, in the modern world. With, like, I feel like when I went on MySpace, I went on friends' pages and I'd have a look and it was a bit quirky and new, you know, and all of that. But I think if you look at the amount that people use Twitter, if you was to like go on like hundreds of pages and music would play all the time, then I could see that getting a bit frustrating. I mean, of course, you could always turn it off and turn the sound down, but that was something I loved about MySpace. There'll be a lot of people actually probably watching that never had a MySpace. But on your profile page, you could choose a piece of music, any, and when someone went on your page, it would play the track. And so if you was feeling in a bit more of a pumped up mood, you could put like a bit more of a pumped up track on. Or if you want to let people know that you love wrestling, then you could have like a wrestling theme and you could have that on. And I think, I can't remember if towards the end they started to allow like a few tracks and then you had a bit of a playlist if someone stayed on your page for a while. But either way, that it was cool. And trying to think what track to have that best represented who you were at that time was one of my favorite things when I was growing up. The other thing as well is I used to work in an entertainment store. So for me, I would be hearing new music all day, every day. So if a track really stood out, something that I hadn't heard before and I'd heard it that day, I'd be like, oh my God, I need to have that as my track on MySpace. So I would go and change it to whatever I'd heard. So I was constantly changing it. Not that anyone would have noticed, but I was constantly changing it, and it was a lot of fun. So, yeah, I regret saying what I said about MySpace. I take it all back. Where is Bobby Roode? Not seen him in a long time, says Keaton. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I feel like I did read something about Bobby Roode. I feel like I did read something about him, and I can't remember if it was a little niggling injury or not. I'll tell you what, I'll Google it, because that's going to bug me a little bit. Let's have a look and see. Let's go over here. Bobby Roode. Bobby Roode. WWE are not doing right by Bobby Roode. 5 superstars that could return. WWE has never used Bobby Roode to his fullest potential. No. There's just an article here about how Kurt Angle is laying into WWE for not using Bobby Roode to his full potential. That's the only kind of bit of news that we've got. There's a thing here from... Roode was in action on Saturday night. This was a good few months ago. Roode has not appeared before WrestleMania 38. He competed in the Battle Royal. He competed at a house show back at the end of May and came out with the glorious gimmick. Maybe that's what I read then. I remember seeing something connected with Bobby Roode. I thought it might be an injury, but maybe it was actually that he has gone back to the glorious gimmick and moved away from Dirty Dogs. The only problem is they haven't used him and there's been nothing for him, which is quite surprising, actually. If you think that Triple H saw enough in Bobby to make him an NXT champion. I mean, he had him as his NXT champion, right, down in NXT. On the main roster, the guy can't even get on TV. So, yeah. So, apparently, gone back to the glorious gimmick and not with Dolph anymore. But, I mean, they could easily just bring the Dirty Dogs out, couldn't they? I mean, there's been no official split. Where is Commander Aziz? I want Aziz versus Amos versus Braun Strowman, said Rambo. Aziz went back down to NXT, didn't he? So Apollo went down and Aziz went down. And so he has been down there. He is doing something different. We haven't seen him on NXT TV, but he's partnered up with someone else now in NXT, but they've only been doing house shows. So no more Commander Aziz on the main roster. Jilly said WWE needs to just go and get James Storm, put him with Rude, and give us beer money. After all, you need tag teams, and they are old guys, but they are veterans. Craig said, I don't think there's anyone in the WWE roster that can make Amos look good. Well, I thought his match at Crown Jewel was the best Amos match that I've seen. I actually went in with a degree of excitement, which sounds crazy, but I really loved, and I don't regret saying this, but I loved watching and seeing Braun and Amos face to face. There is something really weird that I didn't know. I had a feeling that I didn't know I would have, seeing two massive guys face to face and then being surprised by how much bigger Amos was over Braun. So, like, I don't know. There's just something really primal, maybe, about seeing two of the biggest guys of our species, Amos in particular. But Braun, I keep saying I've met him. I have. He is massive, right? It's massive. I'll need to find that picture. I'll see if I can find the picture. I think it is on my Instagram of me and Braun when we met, and you'll get to see how tall I am compared to him. Towers is not the word over me, but then he towers over most people. So there was something just really weird about seeing someone towering over him. I think it sort of just took me back to when I met him and how I was like looking up to him and how everyone was looking up to him. And he was just like walking around and he's like, wow, that's one of the biggest guys I've ever seen in my life, like in person. and then to see the someone even bigger. And not we're not talking like this. I mean, it's not like it's just easy, isn't he? It's like there is no doubt that Amos is bigger than Braun. And so there was just something about that moment that really, it got me. It got me. I was hooked. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm into this. I want to see how Braun is going to overcome this and how this is going to go. And so I went into it like, okay, yeah, I'm not hating this. This isn't like Amos against Cedric Alexander or something, right? Because what's Cedric going to do? He's going to bounce off Amos a couple of times, get chucked around, and then get beaten. I don't need to see that. But Amos and Braun, that's a bit different. That's actually quite a challenge for Amos, and it's a hell of a challenge for Braun. And so I went into it a bit excited. Expectations low, of course. And I thought they did well. I mean, look, I don't think there's anyone out there that's getting a 5-star match out of Amos, but I don't think that's why Amos is there. I think Amos is there because he's a giant. I think that if you're a kid in particular, you go, wow. I mean, if you're a kid, you're, really small. I mean, you could probably stack 5-6 children on top of each other and get an Amos. So, do you know what I mean? Like, oh my God. So he kind of serves a purpose, but it's just hard to find a way of getting like entertainment out of it. It's known as the Giant Gonzalez problem. It's known as the Giant Gonzalez conundrum. So yeah, we've got the same conundrum with Amos. But I thought they did well. Credit where it's due. I thought they did well. Trini said, wanted to mention on AJ, when he re-signed with WWE, he said on Twitch he requested to stay out of a title picture and work less days so that he could be a more present dad, but not to worry because it's temporary. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe that is playing a factor. I still feel like, though, that we shouldn't have put him with Amos for as long as what we did. I mean, I would argue that if we're going to have less AJ, then I would rather that we was using him in a better way rather than just completely writing him off, really, and just putting him with Amos. I can understand him being with Amos for a short time, but oh my God, it dragged. Oh my God, it was like a prison sentence. So it just kept going on, and the end wasn't in sight, and oh God, it was awful. Now he's doing some stuff with the OC. I would imagine this is his idea. I've got no doubt that this is something that he's on board with. My only concern is last time he had the OC, I just didn't think it was very good. I cannot sit here and tell you a list of great matches from their first run together. Probably my favorite would be the Boneyard, and that's actually the last time we see them together until they came back. This run already for me has been much better, but I've still got concern about it. But that's interesting. Trini. Keaton said, Days was War Games 4 versus 4 in NXT, but now in the War Games package said it'd be 5 versus 5. How will they do 5 versus 5? They'll just do 5 versus 5. I mean, to be honest, I'm really not a fan of War Games. I do need to put a caveat on this, right? And there's a couple of caveats. First caveat, I do like War Games. I just don't like how NXT did them. The one thing for me about War Games was the roof. The roof being on top is like it's meant to be that no one can escape. It's meant to be that you are locked in. 2 teams, locked into a cage, no escape. Let's get this sorted. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be a loser. And I think you really lose that when you take the roof off. I understand it allows for high spots of people jumping off the roof, but I would argue that having someone stand on the top of the cage whilst a load of people wait to be landed on sucks. I would argue that spot sucks and it looks rubbish, right? I understand it plays well to casuals. I understand that it looks great on social media. I understand why they do it. But as a wrestling fan and someone that's seen this spot a lot of times, too many times, it sucks. And I don't like that. So I wish they would put the roof back on. And the other thing that I'm not a fan of is this stupid thing where they bring someone down to the ring and they're fighting. So you've got two in the ring and they're fighting. And then you get the next person come down, and then it's 2-on-1. And then the next person comes down, so it's 2-on-2. Then the next person comes down, it's 3-on-2. Next person comes down, it's 3-on-3. Until everyone is in the ring, the match doesn't even begin, right? So everything you see up until when the match actually starts is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant, because I promise you, as soon as the match starts, at some point, you will have both teams lined up, one in one ring, the other in the other ring, and they will have regrouped. And every time I see a War Games, we get that in NXT, that moment where you've got the two teams lined up against each other during the match. And it just says to me, everything I've watched has been irrelevant. Like, it takes you so long to actually get to the start of the match that it's just, oh my God. It would be so much better if the match began when the match began. And if you could do it whereby it's elimination rather than one pin and that's it. I would much prefer it to be a case that if you get pinned, you're done, you're out, it's Survivor Series, your match is over, right? And you go. My hope, and I need to find this clip because this is not the first time I'm saying this, right? But if I can find the clip of me saying that, I promise you I've had this conversation before. I've had it last year, I believe, maybe even the year before, that it should be elimination. My hope is that because this is Survivor Series, that is exactly what they're doing. That's my hope, that this is what they're doing. And it is going to be a Survivor Series match inside of War Games, which is so much better. Makes so much more sense, because then the match can start at the beginning. And if you get pinned, even if you're outnumbered, when it is 2-on-1 or 3-on-2, if you get pinned in that moment, your team's down. Your team has actually been affected. And anything that happens matters. Like, the whole match becomes a lot tighter as a result. And I'm hoping that's what they've done, to be honest. So I got a couple of things about War Games that I'm not a fan of with the NXT presentation. And people are always crazy about War Games. I think I even didn't watch it one year. It was my least favorite NXT pay-per-view. I really, really was not a fan. But I'm really hopeful for Survivor Series. I'm hoping that they've made at least that change of you can be eliminated. If they don't put the roof on, then whatever, fine. We're probably going to end up with a spot where someone jumps off the top, load of people stand underneath looking like idiots, catch that person, and, we'll move on with the match. It's not the biggest deal. It's not the biggest deal breaker. It's not the biggest problem in the world. But if I was Triple H, there would be a roof on that cage. I think it's way more exciting to have someone climb up on the outside and fight on the roof than it is to jump off onto a load of people that are waiting underneath. So I would explore that. Some people might point and say that it's very blood and guts, but actually I think the opposite is true. I think blood and guts is actually very War Games. So if WWE want to change War Games back to what they were, then anyone that wants to go, oh, they've copied blood and guts, well, clearly don't know the history of War Games, do they? So I'd have no problem with making that change. So bottom line, wasn't a big fan of how it was done in NXT. Very excited for what we're going to get at Survivor Series. And 5-on-5, I mean, it might be that we start with 2 against 2 in the ring straight away, and then the others make their way down. Or maybe we're just done with that part of it. What if it's going to be a case that we get like everyone starting in the ring, and it's just a massive war and eliminations. 5-on-5, everyone in the ring, go. And it's just carnage, and it's just chaos, and there's people being choked out, and there's things happening all around. Might be hard to focus on everything, but it works for the Rumble. If you think about how many people are in the ring at one point in a Rumble, and there's lots of things happening, it works for a Rumble. So I think you could make it work for a War Games. Just put everyone in there, 5-on-5, anything goes, ring the bell. And if you're submitted or pinned, you're eliminated, and we'll just see what team's left. I mean, that could be awesome. Imagine the 20 minutes you could get out of that. That could be awesome. You might need it. You might need it to last a little bit longer. But the only thing I would counter with is that we've just done Crown Jewel, and the main event of Crown Jewel was around 20-something minutes. There's no reason as to why you couldn't do a War Games match like that and have it go 20-odd minutes. 20. You wouldn't want it to be like 40 minutes. Like, I just think War Games are too long, man. They're too long. You don't need 40-minute War Game matches. Don't need it. Certainly when I've already told you can get rid of the first part of the match where it hasn't even started. So, you could get rid of that. And then if you got rid of that bit, you would be down to the 20 minutes. Just all the action part. Get rid of the waffle and just get to the action. And 20-minute match, if you book the rest of the card right, have it booked the same way you booked Crown Jewel, then there's absolutely no reason why you can't do that. So yeah, I'm excited, looking forward to it. Dysfunction said, I think War Games should be 5-on-5 elimination, Hell in a Cell, one ring. You can leave the cage and climb to the top, use weapons. Everyone begins at the same time. I'm down for that. The only downside with allowing people to leave the cage is that does go against what War Games was meant to be, which is let's get this sorted. It's the match to end all matches. And, really you shouldn't be able to leave the cage. The way that I would get around it, and I think you're probably saying the same thing, is that you would have them get some bolt cutters from under the ring. Turns out they've got bolt cutters under the ring. They break the lock, the door swings open, and then the action can go to the outside. But I don't think WWE should allow it or want it to go to the outside. I suppose, as you say, in many ways, like Hell in a Cell. I mean, with Hell in a Cell, they always bolt the door, don't they? They always lock the door, but the superstars find a way. And we've seen action on top of Hell in a Cell many, many times. So, yes, I agree. I agree. But if we don't get a roof in it, it's not the end of the world. And if they're going to, look, we're going to watch it, and I'm sure it's going to be great. It's Triple H. I'm sure he's going to book it right. And I'm so much more excited they're doing it at Survivor Series because it really leans towards it being elimination. And I think elimination's just a lot better. And then Mr. Perfect came in with handcuffs, says Leaping Larry. Have 2 30-minute battle royals. Winners face in a match, says Jerry. Do you know what? That could be pretty fun. You could do that on the same show. Because you've got the 2 rings. The way that they did it, if you never watched NXT, the way they did it in NXT was they would do one match in the left ring, like if it was a tag match or one-on-one. The way they do it is both rings obviously have to be set up for War Games, but they use the left ring for the first match, the right ring for the second match, left ring for the third match, 4th match in the right ring, and then maybe you get to a War Games match and you use both rings at the same time, and then you just alternate the matches between the 2 rings. So yeah, you've got the 2 rings, so why not use it? Why not use it? Why not have a battle royal where you have 2 rings? And the only thing I would say is if you need to win a battle royal, I'm just trying to think, how do you stop people from the one battle royal going over to the other battle royal? But maybe you don't need to. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because the only thing is, how is someone going to win a battle royal on the left-hand side, for example, right? So let's explore this idea just very quickly. If you're saying do 2 battle royals at the same time in the 2 rings, then I'm just thinking, how do you win those? Because you would have to get down to the final 2. Because if you've got, say, 4 people left, you're not going to have one person standing alone in the one ring and 3 in the other, are you? Like, you're going to have at least one of those people go to the other ring, and then it would be 2 against 2. So maybe it comes down to that. Maybe that's how it would come down to, is that someone would move across. But I think you would see movement between the 2 battle royals. Maybe that's not a problem. But It's just, you're not going to have like 20 people in the one ring and the other one's got one person standing there because they've already won theirs. You would have people. If I was in the one that had 20 people in and I look over and there's just one person standing in that battle royal, or two, down to two, I'd jump into that one. I've got a better chance of winning that one, so I would jump into that one. But maybe that's not a problem. Maybe it's not a problem if you have people moving across the two rings. Oh, it's worth discussing because it's a really interesting idea and not something we've seen in WWE. It is something that they did in WCW. I remember they had 3 rings at one point set up where they had big battle royals. But in WWE, it's not something that we've seen on the main roster. But with this is the first time that we're going to have 2 rings set up side by side on the main roster. I really don't think it's ever happened. I can't remember any matches where we've had 2 rings side by side on the main roster in WWE. So it kind of opens it up to all these new ideas and these like new thoughts. And as we said, it's something that they've already done in WCW. So you can definitely look to that as to how they dealt with things. But yeah, just new for WWE fans. So yeah, that could be fun. Sign me up for that. I'd be definitely down for seeing it. I like new things. I mean, we said not that long ago, like, when was the last time there was a new match type in WWE? When was the last time we got some real new innovation? I mean, I feel like it might be Money in the Bank. I can't think of any other matches that have been created since Money in the Bank. I know we've had Donnybrook matches and things like this, right? Or Symphony of Destruction matches, right? They're just street fights under a different name. I'm talking about actual new match types. I mean, I understand you could argue that Money in the Bank is just a ladder match, multi-person ladder match, but it's got a very interesting prize. The prize is that you can cash in at any time. We'd never seen that before. So I feel like Money in the Bank is maybe the last time we got something new and innovative. So I'm definitely down for some new match types. I think that would be really good if we got something new and fresh and different, like match types that we haven't seen before. Again, even War Games, I mean, it's only moving from NXT. So, yeah, that's something I would like to see from Triple H next year, is give us some new match types, something we've not seen before, something that's going to be its own pay-per-view, or we try it once. Maybe we try it, it doesn't work. We try it and we're like, well, that sucked. You just don't do it again, do you? Like Great Balls of Fire. So, yeah, that's something I'd like to see. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Who in the community makes your War Games team? Everyone? I don't know. I'd whittle it down, to be honest. I mean, I think we've got some very, very strong and active community members. Trying to whittle it down to like 5 against 5, I think would be very, very difficult. Feel free to make your community teams, but that's not a game I would want to partake in, just because I think there'd be many deserving it's mainly because I love you all, guys. It'd be like trying to pick my favorite children. I mean, in all fairness, I think that'd be easier, but yeah, I couldn't do that to the community. What's the card? Seth Rollins Open Challenge, and that's it. Let's have a look, see if Fightful have put up the Raw notes. We'll see if there's any information. There must be some plan. Here we go. Raw plans 10 minutes ago. Fightful has learnt the following plans. Please don't be an inconsiderate turd and post spoilers on social media where people can't avoid them. If you do, you have to buy Sean Rossap a year's supply of Raisinets. I don't know what Raisinets are. He won't eat them, and you have to keep them at your house. Well, I don't know what they are, to be honest, so I'm all right with that. I'd be intrigued with them. I'd try one. Either way. Right, I'm not going to give you any big spoilers. In all fairness, I don't think there are any big spoilers. I'm just looking at the matches tonight, and pretty bare bones, actually. I mean, there's going to be a Seth Rollins Open Challenge. Apparently, Nikki Cross is going to be having a match. I mean, I can tell you that's against Dana Brooke. So, Miz against Johnny Gargano. So, apparently, we're going to be getting that tonight. Promo for War Games. Elias is having a match. Corbin's having a match. Yeah, I got to tell you, these Raw plans don't look the most exciting in the world. But doesn't matter, because obviously we need to know the garnish around it and see what's happening. Some backstage segments. Doesn't tell me backstage segments or anything like that. So I don't think the biggest surprise. I mean, we knew we were seeing Seth anyway. Nikki Cross, I don't think it's the biggest surprise that we're going to be seeing her. But yeah, it feels like maybe a few people that competed at Crown Jewel are being given a breather. Which, might make sense, considering they had a match on Saturday night, had to fly back Saturday night. I don't think they did anything Sunday. Don't know. If this was Vince, they would have worked a show earlier today, and then they'd be expected to work an hour-long match during Raw as well. So, but not Triple H. Looks like he's giving some of the big names a bit of time off. They're chocolate-covered raisins. I'm not really a raisin guy. Well, no, then I'm not doing that. I used to have raisins when I was a kid, when I was at primary school, and I did like them, but as I grew older, I just don't know. It was like fidget spinners. It was a trend that I grew out of. Who do you think will be the challenger for Seth? Well, the Raw plans actually don't say that, so hopefully someone tasty, someone unexpected, someone that deserves an opportunity that is just twiddling their thumbs backstage. That would be my guess. I don't think it'll be anyone. If you remember, like John Cena's US Open Challenge, it's not like we got massive star after massive star week after week after week. What we got were banging matches week after week after week. And I think that's what we'll get with Seth. So it's not a case of getting, a legend or a returning star. It's about really just putting on some banging matches with some great talent. So just having a look at the Raw roster. Tommaso's out injured, apparently going to be out a while. We know that Miz has already got a match. I mean, look, you could do Shelton Benjamin. Shelton Benjamin's a great in-ring competitor, and you could absolutely go with Shelton Benjamin. I think that would be fun. Robert Roode, we were talking about him, but imagine he comes down. I know he won't be the most exciting person in the world, but when he comes down to the ring, he might not get a massive pop, but I know they'll put on a really great match. So I think Robert Roode could be fun. Shelton Benjamin could be fun. We've already seen Mustafa Ali. Montez Ford would be amazing. That would be fantastic. Kevin Owens would be incredible. I'd love it to be Kevin Owens. Don't know that we're going to get that tonight, though. Don't think it'd be Finn or Edge or Dominic. Dolph. I mean, Dolph would be fun. Dolph would be a lot of fun. Corey Graves. Imagine Corey Graves just gets off the commentary table and goes over and has a match. Won't happen, but it would be all right. Cedric Alexander, again, wouldn't be the most exciting, but he's a good in-ring talent. Kira Tozawa. I'm gonna go with Cedric, Shelton, or Kevin Owens would be great. I'd love for it to be Kevin Owens. I just don't think we're going to be that lucky. But yeah, I think it'll be one of those kind of names, unfortunately. But I promise, it would be a great match. I've got no doubt about that. I think what we're seeing is a bit of Monday Night Rollins, It reminds me of that time where he just goes out there and puts on banger after banger. Bangering. Right. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. He returns at Rumble. Shelton versus Austin Theory confirmed by Raw on Twitter. Shelton versus Austin Theory. Okay, it's not Shelton then. Right, we the ones. You the twos. We the ones. It's the Usos. Is Sammy there? Is Sammy there? Is Sammy there? We want Sammy. We want Sammy. We want Sammy. No, Sammy. No, Sammy. It is the Usos and Solo. Sammy. 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 Usi. 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 I reckon he's there. I reckon they'll bring him out on his own. Gotta be there. Why is Sammy not there? He's got to be there. Got to be. Mikey says, we the ones. We the ones. Harif said, we the ones. Usos kicking off Raw. Yeah, feel free to put in, who do you think is going to be challenging Seth freaking Rollins? Who do you think it's going to be? So, Solo in the ring. Usos in the ring. No. Sami Zayn. What is going on? This crowd needs to be chanting, we want Sami. Okay, music stopped. There's a muttering. Is that an Usi chant? We want Sammy. 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 The bloodline is now in your city. So, bloodline, no Sammy. But there were Sammy chants. They weren't the loudest chants. Right, they're talking about beating Logan and beating the Brawling Brutes. We want Sammy. There's the closing moments of Crown Jewel. The bloodline holding all the belts in the air. Usos against New Day on Friday. That's going to be a banging match, man. That's going to be a banging match. New Day rocks. New Day rocks. New Day rocks chants. Again. Not the most passionate. New Day rocks. New Day rocks. Here's the New Day. New Day are the twos. We the ones. That brings out the New Day. King said, did you watch Crown Jewel? I did. We did the watch along. Hold up. Here's Kofi. Kofi making his way down to the ring with Xavier. Congratulating the Usos. Congratulations. Is this going to build to a 6-person tag match? Oh, God, imagine if Big E was still in the New Day. Oh, God, that would have been so good. Could have had New Day with Big E against Usos and Solo. Stupid Rich Holland. Did you see Roman Logan? I watched Crown Jewel, so yeah. I didn't turn it off when we got to the main event. Well, I think that's Crown Jewel done. I think, is this Roman coming out? Oh, not too fussed about that. I did. I saw it. I saw it all. Easy99 said, do you think Nick Aldis will come to WWE? Hope so. Hope so. For those of you that don't know Nick Aldis or haven't seen him, really good. He carries himself, wears a sharp suit, carries himself with dignity. Fantastic in-ring competitor. Really good on the microphone as well. Had great matches with Cody Rhodes. The only reason he's not in WWE, in my opinion, is because Bruce Pritchard's got an issue with him. And I think Bruce dissuaded Vince, because I can't see why you wouldn't have him otherwise. He's great talent. Great talent. Carried the NWA when I was watching it. So I really hope he goes. I really, really hope he goes. You had Bootio's merch. Up, up, down, down. I'm proud of you. Aren't you proud of the New Day? Usos are proud of the New Day. It must feel real good. It must feel really good to be the second best tag team. This match is going to be fire, man. These guys always have fire matches. We still hold the record. You are chasing us. Good point from the New Day. Fire promos. Yeah. You're chasing first generation superstars? Wow. You had people that were coddling you. You got tryouts based on what your family members did before you. You got here off the backs of your uncles, your cousins. Great work by Xavier. Great work by Xavier. You've never been in the ring with my dad. You've never been in the ring with my uncle. Fire, man. This is a fire segment. This is New Day and Usos going at it. You can put these two amongst any tag teams in the history of WWE. And right now, they're firing off on each other. Brilliant. Brilliant. Riveting entertainment is brilliant. Don't you dare talk to us about pressure, says the New Day. New Day rock chants again. I feel like I'm actually watching something here that's significant. I feel like I'm watching the two best tag teams of this generation fire off on each other and build towards a match that I'm genuinely looking forward to. Nick Aldis is suspended by NWA. His contract doesn't end until the end of the year, says Gordon. Yeah, hopefully we see him at Rumble. I certainly wouldn't be expecting him anytime soon. Don't even show up on Friday. I don't get that. He said if it weren't for the Usos, there wouldn't be Kofi Mania. Stay at home with your kids instead on Friday. I'd have to. That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't understand how the Usos are responsible for Kofi Mania because Kofi went into a gauntlet match. It was meant to be Mustafa Ali in the gauntlet match. Mustafa Ali got, I think, injured and had to get replaced. And he was replaced by Kofi. Kofi put in an incredible performance, caught the imagination of the fans. They started going crazy and the momentum built. I mean, I'm sure the Usos played a part somewhere around that time, but off the top of my head, I can't remember how. It was the gauntlet match that really set the fire. When Usos forfeited match versus E and Xavier, said Jordan. Don't remember this. Miss Khan said, I don't get it. I'm sure it's true. I'm sure they haven't just made it up. I'm sure it's true. I'm sure there's truth to it, but it would be one I'd have to revisit. Here's Riddle. Anyway, Riddle has made his way down. Really good. Maybe going a little long. Maybe. Riddle's come down with some bongos. I feel like this was fire, and now Riddle's here with some bongos. Me and Elias are forming a band. Yeah, Jay said, hey, Riddle, shut up. Bro. I like to, when I get wild and crazy, I like to sit back, relax, and hit the bong. Yeah, I feel like this is a joke that we've told a few times in recent weeks. Do you want to hit my bong? Solo's not impressed. I don't think Solo wants to hit his bong. Strong silent type, I get it, said Riddle. So it looks like Vince McMahon's come back to WWE. Jimmy is bongoing away. He's got some lovely movement in his hips as well, in all fairness. He hit the bong hard there. Usi gets mentioned by Riddle. Usos forfeit the match during the New Day Gauntlet match, saying Kofi deserved the match when both were faces. The Usos forfeited a match during the New Day Gauntlet match, saying Kofi deserved the match when both were faces. Okay. Dumb comment. Roman, always the best thing on the show. He's the reason I tune in. You're defo not being Usi. So it is. There we go. It is going to be a 6-person tag. So Riddle and the New Day against Usos and Solo. So it looks like that's going to be a match that I just got told by Kevin Patrick. So led to 6-person tag. What I think just happened is I think we just got a fantastic opening promo that went a bit long. I think there was some fire comments in there. Absolutely brilliant, but get out. Do you know what I mean? Like, once you do it, once you drop a few, like, fire comments, Don't just like keep going and then it sort of peters a little bit. Like, yeah, for me, I think they needed to get out a bit quicker. Obviously, I think like Riddle should have come out a bit earlier than he did. Not the biggest problem, but when Riddle came out, oh my God, the bong thing, it was funny the first time. It's not even like I've heard it 50 times. It's only like, what, the third, fourth time. But if you tell me the same joke 3-4 times, I don't know that I'm going to be laughing anymore. Like the first time, I was like, okay, yeah, that fits his character. That's pretty fun. So I liked it the first time, but yeah, no, God, I'm not into it now. I don't feel like that added anything to that segment whatsoever. So, but headline, brilliant back and forth between New Day and Usos. And I am really looking forward to that match on Friday. I think on Friday, that's going to be a banger, man. When do they not have a banger? Laser said, I don't want a 6-man tag match. Well, you're getting a 6-man tag match. Cynthia said, I know you don't like them, but my heart was breaking for Nick. I honestly can't even imagine. I feel like I walked in halfway into a conversation there. Someone destroy those bongos, says Maggie. 6-man that takes away from SmackDown is dumb, said Zoom Station. Isn't Bray ever on Raw, said Ethan. Sometimes we have had, not for a few weeks now, though, like little interruptions by Uncle Howdy or whatever that mask is. But Bray himself, no. I mean, I'm sure they could use him in the future, but there was nothing advertised for Bray tonight. I wasn't expecting anything Bray tonight. So, yeah, I don't think we're I don't think we're getting anything Bray. What I think we might get, though, is an advert for SmackDown, and almost certainly there will be something Bray related on that advert. So, you know, I think last week they asked the question, who is Uncle Howdy? And they got everyone excited, myself included. We then watched SmackDown and didn't get an answer. We then watched Crown Jewel and we didn't get an answer. And I've got a good feeling we're going to watch Raw and we won't get an answer. So, yeah. In conclusion, WWE sucks. In conclusion, WWE are a bunch of trolls that like to do trolly things with clickbait. Who is Uncle Howdy? We're never gonna tell you. Right, that 6-person tag match is now. We're going straight into it right now. The Usos and Solo versus New Day and Riddle. Zoom Station is right. Why do this match when we're doing New Day and Usos on Friday? I do agree. Did you hear Meltzer spoke briefly about AEW's quarter hour? The show opened with 1.1 and ended with 738. It's the biggest drop-off in history. People close claim Tony was stunned. What was the main event? What was the main event? I can't remember. Cannot remember what the main event was for AEW. What was it? I can't remember. I seriously can't remember. In my head, did Moxley take on Lee Moriarty last week? But I don't think that was the main event, was it? Can't remember. Well, whatever it is, it's not a great advert for it, is it? Nick, shout out to you. Said, I just came from watching AEW Dark, at least the end part of it. I hope you enjoyed it. Samoa Joe title match. It's not a great advert for that, is it? Main event, Samoa Joe, Brian Cage, Ring of Honor title. I just don't think people care about the Ring of Honor titles. I don't care about the Ring of Honor titles. And I just think that they don't mean anything. I think the Ring of Honor titles are going to mean something on a Ring of Honor show. But on AEW, I just don't think they matter. I don't think people care about them. I think some do, but clearly not enough. And so, I don't know, are we that surprised that the Ring of Honor title match resulted in such a low number for that quarter? Not really. Didn't feel like essential viewing to me. And, you know, certainly when it's two superstars that we just don't see that often, that don't have much in the way of momentum. It's hardly like they're two big stars for AEW. Listen, don't get me wrong, Samoa Joe, awesome, but you've not treated him like he's awesome. Yeah, you haven't booked him and showcased him like he's awesome. So, yeah, for me, I can't say I'm too surprised. I saw a few years ago at Rally in Ohio. It was awesome, said Cynthia. But who is Colt Cabana? Well, he's a wrestler. He's been very active on the kind of indie circuit away from WWE. Had his own podcast when CM Punk left WWE. He did Colt's podcast and spoke out, and it's probably the most iconic podcast episode that a wrestler has ever done. Trying to think if there's anything that would beat it, but I feel like CM Punk going on to Colt Cabana's Art of Wrestling is probably the most infamous one. I don't think there's a more famous, more infamous episode of a podcast wrestling related than that one. And certainly because it's there was a big fallout, and you know, they ended up going to court and they ended up actually suing each other. I think, didn't they get sued by the doctor because of the claims that were made on that podcast? And then the rumors are CM Punk told Colt, don't worry, I'll cover your legal expenses. And then he didn't. And so then Colt and CM Punk ended up suing each other. And there was just this horrific fallout that has just carried on all the way into AEW. AEW, because they've got Colt and CM Punk on their books, have found themselves getting, like, you know, caught in this mess. And it is a mess, isn't it? What a mess. What a big, big mess all of this is. Did Jay really break his waist for real? Did Jay break his waist? Don't know what you mean by that. Ethan, shout out to you. Easy99, what you think about the Raw logo? I mean, I like it. I'm just not the biggest fan of the Attitude Era. So Raw is War has been changed to Raw is XXX. It fits. It looks great. Raw is 30. Goes back to a time that people are really affectionate of. It's not the time that hits me in the feels, though. It's not a time that I don't hate it. I'm just not crazy about it. So, but yeah, you know, people love it. So I think people will probably love the logo. But it's not one that I was like, oh yeah, that's amazing. Love that. Yeah. Maybe not the answer you was expecting, but I'm just not the biggest fan of the Raw is War kind of era. There was some decent stuff, I suppose. There was some decent stuff. I liked the Logan Paul match, said Cynthia. He was good. I thought Roman would have smashed him in a second. Trini said, to remind you, Kofi lost his WrestleMania match after losing to Bryan, and Vince being Vince, New Day had to earn it back for him in a tag gauntlet. Usos forfeited so the New Day could get the dub. Ah, yeah, I remember that now. I do remember that. I remember the New Day had to win to get Kofi his shot. But honestly, I've seen that part of the story once. So I honestly couldn't remember. Clearly they did win so that he could get the shot. But I don't remember him. I don't remember the Usos forfeiting. That's good, Trini. Appreciate it. Right, we were at commercial break, by the way, and we are going back. 6-person tag team match. 20-odd minutes into the show. If you are just joining us, fire promos between Usos and New Day. And we've got Solo out there. We've got Riddle out there. No Sammy. How can you have a Bloodline segment and not have Sammy? What the flip is this? And more importantly, Why is this crowd not absolutely sabotaging this segment by chanting Sammy's name? What is going on? We've had one Sammy chant right at the start, but instead they've been fairly quiet. This crowd. 1, 2, shoulder up by Riddle. Sonny said we were robbed of Sammy. Malone's Family Circle, hello. Will this be the night we get Seth versus Johnny Gargano? Gargano takes the US title. I don't think so. Just because Johnny is in a feud seemingly with Miz at the moment. Don't forget, it was only last week that Johnny made those allegations about the Miz. Clearly, this is not going away. And so I think that feud is kind of where his focus is at. I don't think they would have him come down and answer the open challenge and then include the US title as part of that. I think Seth's going to have this title a little while and he'll keep doing these open challenges on Raw. So, yeah, I don't think we'll go that way. Evil Angel said, Attitude Era was good, got tons of nostalgia, but for me, I look at Ruthless Aggression as a bit more fondly. So much came from those years. I would agree. I would agree. I think I do put Ruthless Aggression over Attitude. I mean, for me personally, I think there's something about when you're young. I think when you're young and you just get completely lost in the world of wrestling and everything's fresh and everything is new and you haven't seen any of it before, and every superstar you discover is the first time you're discovering them, it's so hard to replicate that as time goes by. So for me personally, I love the early 90s. I love the early 90s going into the late 80s. Like, that for me is the era. But so, you know, if I'm thinking about Raw, I tend to think back to when Raw first started in the Manhattan Center in 1993. And there are rumors, rumblings that they might go to the Manhattan Center. And I've got eyes on that situation because I want to go to the Manhattan Center. I would love to watch Raw in the Manhattan Center. That would be awesome. It's a very small venue for those that have never seen it. And it's where Raw spent most of its first year, is in a small room in New York. They kept going to the same place week after week after week after week in 93. Right, Solo in the ring, stomps onto Xavier. Kofi, crossbody, lands on Solo. Solo gets up. New Day with a kick. Solo goes down. Kofi fired up. Goes against the ropes. Boom drop. Hits it. Kofi back up on his feet. Solo down in the ring. No one else is in the ring. Elias against Otis tonight on Raw. Kick there by Kofi. Charges over. Ooh, that looked like Trouble in Paradise, but gets planted down by Solo. The street champion on the island. The street champion from the island of Samoa. I mean, that's cool, isn't it? Everyone knows the Samoans are badasses. So if you're the street champion from Samoa, it is cool. Kofi is getting smashed against the commentary table. Down goes Xavier. Solo is in control. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. Primo said, WrestleNomics reported the last 4 Saudi shows have done nearly the same revenue as the last 11 WrestleManias combined. It's the only reason they go is for the dollar. Chris said Sammy might turn up later with Roman and Heyman. Do you think it's possible Sammy is here tonight secretly and answers Seth's open challenge? Maybe. I think that, yeah, maybe. I'm leaning towards it being unlikely because I think if he was going to go for a mid-card belt, it would be a story and they'd be like, go and get the mid-card title. We've got both the tag belts. We've got both of the world championships. We need to go after the mid-card belts now. And I feel like it would be a story rather than him just secretly turning up. So I'm leaning towards it being unlikely from that aspect. But honestly, who knows? Could be. Wrestle with Andy said, how much bigger do you want the bloodline to get? Maybe 2 more with Naomi and an OG in Rikishi. I gotta be honest. I mean, I feel I feel like you could get a female in there, but I feel like they're maxed out. I mean, if you put in Rikishi, he's going to be a manager, isn't he? So that's all right. But they've already got a bit of a manager in Paul Heyman. I know he's the wise man, but he's someone that's at ringside during their matches. So I don't know that we need Rikishi, but he's someone that could be around for the occasional thing. And yeah, look, I don't mind Naomi. Naomi would have a purpose. But I feel like we don't need another guy, of course. So yeah, I'm all right with a woman joining. And Naomi would make the most sense. I know people will say Rock's daughter, but she's nowhere near ready. She's not even had a match yet. You could put Tamina in there. Yeah, I mean, you could. It's true, you could. But do you want to? Think about that. Do you want to? What if Solo turns ultra heel and defeats Roman for the title, says Shy's Garage. Chris said, I saw at WrestleMania Hollywood, Usos have got a title match against Logan and Jake Paul. Well, no, I mean, we're so far away from WrestleMania Hollywood. There's no plans that have been announced yet. So that's, I think, probably wishful thinking from a Logan or a Paul Brothers fan. Big Time Baxter said, I know it's too early to assume, but if we get to the point where Raw's third hour dips below 1 million, does WWE or NBC come to an agreement to get rid of the extra hour because the whole average just collapses? No, I mean, WWE are going to want as much TV time as possible. I don't think they're going to be too bothered. I mean, you've got to remember, WWE have got the money. So it doesn't really matter to them what the ratings are. The only thing is they have to explain the ratings to the network. And obviously it's in their benefit for the ratings to be as high as possible so that when they renegotiate, they can get the most money possible. So in no way are WWE going to agree that losing the third hour is in their benefit. Because, to be honest, they don't care what the ratings are. They don't care if those ratings dip because of a third hour. They want the money from the third hour a lot more than they do the average number of people watching looking better. Because don't forget, like, if you start off with 2 million watching and then it goes down throughout the show, if you lose that third hour, you potentially have less people watching your product. I know it sounds weird, but if you start at 2 million for the start of hour 2, and then you go down to say 1.5, so 2 million at the start of hour 1, 1.5 at the start of hour 2, and 1 million at the start of hour 3, that 1 million that you would be losing, not everyone in that 1 million is going to have been watching hours 1 and 2. You will actually have some people, I don't know how big the number would be, but I think we can all agree there would be some people in that third hour that hadn't watched hours 1 and 2. Maybe they were watching other programs and they changed the channel and just catch the last hour. So if you lose that last hour, you are actually not only losing ad money, but you are also losing some people that have watched your show that wouldn't have watched hours 1 and 2. So in no way will WWE want to lose TV time. And we spoke about this. At what point does it become a problem? At what point do the ratings drop down so low that it starts to become an issue. I don't know. I don't know that number. I don't know what the conversations are, but I mean, like, yeah, if we are talking about Raw having hours under 1 million in the future, I mean, God. I mean, we're in AEW territory. Forearm strike by Riddle. Exploder suplex. We're still underway with this match, you know. Riddle charging over. He's going for another suplex. It's Riddle and both of the Usos. Boom, there's a suplex. Riddle with a senton, charging over, another senton. Against the ropes goes Riddle. Kick. Middle of the ring. Picks him up, plants him down. I think that's, I think that's Jay. 1, 2, shoulder up. AEW need to unify belts and be done with it. Legend Killer said, come on, Usos and Solo. Bacon Time said, this has took up 40 minutes of the show. Yeah, do you get the feeling that they are, I don't want to say scraping the barrel, but do you get the feeling that this is very much people not being fit and ready to compete following Crown Jewel, and we're having to just do what we can? I mean, Otis against Elias. Is that a match that's going to get the pulse racing? A 6-person tag match featuring 4 people that we already knew were having a match on Friday. And Otis against Elias. And Shelton Benjamin's on the show, someone said as well. I mean, I'm all for Shelton Benjamin getting onto TV, but if he does get onto TV, it kind of implies that there's maybe a lack of people around, because he's not been getting onto TV. In between the ropes goes Xavier Woods. We're still underway with this. Pulling Solo to the outside. Xavier goes into the commentary table. My Apple TV updated mid-match. WTH Apple, said Jono. Not even a mention of where Sammy is. Good point. Kick by Riddle. Solo on his feet. Riddle. Floating, bro. Solo goes down. Solo down in the ring. Flying Uso. Riddle goes down. The top of the commentary table lands on top of them. Goes over to Solo. Riddle chucked into the ring. Shelton has been on WWE Dark. Is this match going to end, said Stan. Oh, well, here we go. Draping DDT by Riddle. Connects. Solo gets tagged in, though. Solo gets tagged in. Oh. Solo tags himself in. Riddle didn't know. RKO. He's not the legal man. There's Solo. Solo picks up Riddle, plants him down. 1, 2, 3. Solo gets the win. So Solo tags in. Riddle doesn't see. It is a win for the Bloodline. The Sammy-less Bloodline. Sammy-less Bloodline. There's a woman in the front row. She's wearing a We the Ones shirt. I know they're heels, but it would have been nice if the Usos had like, you know, just, I would say acknowledged her, but just a little nod or something. I know they're heels, but she did buy their merch. She provided money to the Bloodline. But I think they just blanked her. She's right in the corner in the front. And she gave a little wave. I only just noticed she gave a wave. Right at the end of the match, the woman looked at Solo. She went like this. Solo just blanked her. There's a dude in the background behind the commentators wearing a head of the table shirt. He was just going like this. I'm telling you about that because it's one of the most exciting things that's happened in the past 10 minutes. Why are wrestling companies not finding streaming homes moving away from cable? Cord cutting is at an all-time high in America. They might do. I mean, like, I think Nick Khan was talking about how they'd been watching other sports. Something has moved to, I can't remember if it's baseball or something, has moved over to Amazon. And they'd been keeping an eye on that situation, and they were impressed with how the audience had moved with it. Because, I mean, look, this is a concern. If you leave USA Network, where you've been for so long, and go over to like a Netflix or a streaming platform, what percentage of your audience goes with you? It is something you'd have to consider. You know what you're getting on USA Network, but what are you getting over on a streaming platform? Sasha and Naomi are still on the WWE roster, said Chaz John. Eric said, feels like wrestlers are selling more. I hear a lot more moans and groans. William said, if I was ever invited to the palace, should I wear a black or red dress? Bit of both, William. Bit of both. Go down a treat that will, mate. Bacon Time said, I get giving matches time, but not every single match needs 10 or 20 minutes. Stone said, MLS is moving to Apple TV next year. That's interesting. AEW is on streaming, said Lister Jericho. Wrestling fan Rahul said, what's your dream match for WrestleMania, except Rock Roman, because we know that is happening. I am probably going to say John Cena versus Gunther, which might be a weird choice, but I mean, I love Gunther and I want him to have a big match. Do you know what I was thinking as well, actually? I was thinking we should do Sammy versus someone big at WrestleMania. Because if you think, like, when we did Daniel Bryan go in for the title, he had to get past Triple H first. And so it feels like Sammy is kind of approaching that same kind of level. I know, like, the crowds aren't, like, yes chanting away and hijacking the segments, like, to the same degree. But I feel like if we keep building Sammy the way we are, I mean, we've just had Usi chants and we want Sammy chants from the Saudi fans. And the first thing the fans here chanted is where we want Sammy and Sammy chants. So I feel like we're getting somewhere. I definitely feel like we're getting somewhere. So I feel like he needs a big solo match at WrestleMania. Do you know what I was thinking? And it wouldn't happen. But someone like Batista. Batista would be great. Because Batista's like, the animal. He's jacked. And I kind of like the idea of Triple H sort of being a bit heelish again. Like maybe Sammy could go to Triple H wanting a title shot and Triple H be like, look, I just don't see you as that guy. I just don't see you as that guy. I really love you, Sammy, but you're just a B+ player. Or something like that again. A little call back to the Daniel Bryan. You're a B+ player. And Sammy saying, well, give me someone for WrestleMania that I can prove myself against. And then Triple H picking up the phone. Listen, I've got a match for you. I know. But you might want this. And we're like, who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? And then we get to WrestleMania and it's the animal, Batista. I think that'd be great. I know he's retired, right? But it was only, WrestleMania 35? It was only 4 years ago. So I feel like it's still in the realms of possibility. But I mean, like, give him a big name that he needs to prove himself against. John Cena? The only problem with that is Cena would be a face. You're not going to... I feel like it needs to be a heel. You need someone that's a heel, that's a legend, that can put on a fantastic match. Sammy against Batista would be so interesting. That'd be really interesting. Sammy having to prove that he is ready to go for the title. Because if you can't do Sammy against Roman at WrestleMania if we're doing Roman versus Rock. So if we are gonna split Sammy from the bloodline, then we could tell that story. Goldberg. Oh, I mean, it kind of ticks a box, I suppose. It needs to be heel. It's just we've seen so much of Goldberg that now when I hear the name, I go, oh, I don't know, my Goldberg. But you are right. I mean, you are right. He has been active recently. He is a legend. It would make sense that Triple H could pick up the phone and call him. The only thing is, he doesn't tend to work heel. He would need to be heel here. He would need to be a heel. I think he would come across. I think the fans are a bit tired of him, so I think he would work well as a heel, actually. I think you could make that work. I just don't know that they would go that way. But if you brought him as a heel, I'd be down for it. Because my first reaction when I hear Goldberg's name is, oh, it's all Goldberg. So if he works a heel, that's going to fit with that quite nicely. Sammy against Brock. Yeah, you could do that. The only problem is Sammy going to get past Brock? He's probably not. I can't see Sammy beating Brock. Brock's just such a beast. He's such a monster. I don't know that I can see Sammy getting past Brock. That's the only problem. Like, Sammy getting past Batista, I can see that. Sammy getting past Goldberg, I can see that. But Sammy getting past Brock, I don't know that he'd do it. I'd be super pumped for it. But again, it needs to be a heel, so Brock would have to go back to being a heel. It needs to be a heel. Because you don't want to split the crowds. You don't want people chanting Brock and people chanting Sammy. You want everyone chanting Sammy. So you need Sammy versus an absolute 1000% bona fide heel. So Brock, if Brock was a heel, but I don't know how you book it. Maybe he just gets it by count out or by the skin of his teeth, but he wins. And then he can go back to Triple H and say, I just beat Brock Lesnar. Am I a B+ player? Right, anyway, let's ignore that because that's fantasy booking. Right now, we've got JBL. When you talk about great arenas, this ain't one of them. Beautiful. He's so good on the mic. Get up, stand up. Get on your Philadelphia, losing to Texas, snowflake feet. The modern day wrestling god, Baron Corbin. He's so good on the microphone, isn't he? Here's Baron Corbin. Corbin making his way down then. I can't believe... do you know what? I didn't actually look where we were. I can't believe we're in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is normally a red-hot crowd. It's normally a really great crowd. This crowd is not that. So the modern-day wrestling god is in the ring. Bloodline are good. Rock, CM Punk, and Undertaker, and John Cena, says Rizal. The modern-day Maharaja. Here's Cedric Alexander. Jeez, I can't even remember his music. Cedric Alexander, Prime. What's Prime got to do with... What's that? Is that his nickname? Is his nickname Prime? Is that his nickname? So Cedric Alexander is coming down to take on JBL. His little graphic at the side said Prime. I don't know what the Prime is. Cedric's a bit chubby. What would be your dream WWE AEW match? Well, for the women, it'd have to be Britt. I feel like Britt's the biggest female star they've got, even including Saraya. But I'd go Britt against Bianca would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. Bianca feels like the biggest female star they've got right now. I mean, you could maybe argue Ronda, but I think that I feel like Bianca's just been having some bangers. Like her match, I thought, you know, people will agree or disagree, but I enjoyed the Bayley Bianca match the most at Crown Jewel. And I thought that the Bianca Bayley ladder match didn't quite live up to my expectation, but I still thought it was very good at Extreme Rules. I think the best female match this year is Becky and Bianca at WrestleMania. So I feel like she's really been putting in some great performances. So, yeah, Bianca against Britt, I think, would be my dream WWE AEW match. In regards to the men, tricky. I'd probably go Kenny, because I think Kenny in WWE is something that we've wanted to see, or something I wanted to see for a long time. And him against Roman would be interesting, but I think him against Seth would be better. I think him against Seth would be fantastic. So go Kenny Omega against Seth Rollins. I'll go Bianca Belair against Britt Baker. Bit obvious, isn't it? But I didn't say Roman, so it's a win here for the wrestling gods. So Cedric was not able to last very long. Fighting on the outsides. It's a clean win for Baron Corbin. So, yeah, squash. We got Seth backstage. He got caught in an end of days. Seth Rollins cackling away backstage, flicking his hair around. Whoever, Roman or Seth, Kenny would lose. Baron squash match. Corbin needs to take some money to Hair Club for Men, said Silas Steele. Hawkins said WWE is going nowhere with Riddle, Corbin, Braun, and Kevin Owens. That's really too bad. Good job, Cedric, says Jim. Lol. Good job. Wrestling fan said Sammy wants a match to Roman. Hang on. I want to read that. I want to read it. Ooh, ooh. Sammy wants a match with Roman, and then Roman says, you want a match? Well, your opponent is Kevin Owens. KO is a friend of Sammy, and Sammy says no to Roman. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't think that Sammy is ever going to want to say to Roman, I want to face you for the titles. I think he's got too much respect for the tribal chief, and I don't think he should go that way. Because really, then it's Sammy kind of jumping above his position, if you will. Like, his place in the bloodline is to ensure that Roman stays champion. And I think he is willing to do that job whilst they give him something that he's been missing, and that is a family. He's been on his own, and I think he's been trying to find his place. And don't forget, when he was on his own, he had he thought there was conspiracies against him, and he was very paranoid. And I think that, you know, you can easily make it part of the story that that paranoia is because he was on his own and having to try and find his own way in the cutthroat world that is WWE. Now that he's in a faction and he's feeling loved by Roman and Jimmy, Jay not so much. He's couldn't be happier. This is just fantastic for Sammy. I don't think Sammy would want to ruin that by challenging Roman for a title shot. Like, really, he's challenging Roman's authority. In a way, it's a bit of a coup. It's kind of like he's trying to become the man himself. I wouldn't go that way with Sammy. I think Sammy should just be really pleased, really happy, really grateful that he's in the bloodline and that he's got this love and support, and it's just everything's fantastic. And we've said many times they need to take that away from him. They need to turn on him. They need to force him out against his will. Like, he doesn't want to go. They could even abuse him and he doesn't go. They could beat him up and Sammy can be like really confused and really down and like looking to Jimmy for advice. And like, what was that about? And Jimmy's like, look, it's just the way it is. Something along those lines. And like Sammy stays basically. So he's being abused, but he still doesn't want to lose that love and appreciation. And he thinks he can fix it. And like the crowd will be chanting for him to go, rebel, stand on your own 2 feet. And no, he's not doing it. And then they do it again. They attack him again, and he still doesn't go. And they do. They want me to be here. They love me. They appreciate me with the bloodline. I'm the honorary use. And he still won't go. And the crowd are getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And they're desperate for him to rebel. And you've got to tease that. You've got to get the crowds worked into a frenzy of like, stand up for yourself. Come on, Sammy. And then he finally does. And it's going to be amazing. And that'll be sick, man. That'll be sick. It's totally the way I would book it. Right, Seth Rollins coming down. We are done with the first hour, and we are going into hour number 2. Seth Rollins Open Challenge. So it's clearly not going to be Cedric. Someone said, did someone say Shelton is on the show later? So it's not going to be Shelton. So if it's not Cedric and it's not Shelton, Dolph Bobby, 2 that kind of come to mind. Kevin Owens would be an outside chance. But here is Seth freaking Rollins making his way down to the ring. Shelton Theory match tonight should be for the briefcase to make it a little interesting, said John. I agree with that. You would need a reason as to why the briefcase was on the line, though. So you'd have to do some pretty heavy lifting in backstage segments. But yeah, just to make it feel a bit more important, then yes. Here is Seth then. Love his ring gear. Crowd singing away. A lot of wrestlers are not getting FaceTime. Dewdrop especially, says Chaz. Oh, yeah! It's turned into Otis. Oh, yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, that blonde hair seems to have got even blonder. Nice. So, Seth's in the ring. He's got his ring gear on. It's the black ring gear with kind of neon lines over it, different colors. And it's got what looks from a distance like static to me. I really love this ring attire. He's got a big jacket. Black leather type thing with furry collar. tonight. Oh, he calls it Monday Night Rollins. A special edition of Monday Night Rollins. I don't know if he said it last week. Special edition of Monday Night Rollins. Special Judgment Day. Who's it gonna be? Oh, it's gonna. Oh my God! I hope it's the greatest lucha of all time. Oh, I hope it's the greatest lucha of all time. Dominic, 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 Dominic. Rhea looks cool. Rhea looks cool. She's got still got a Beth hair. Corey said, I wouldn't be shocked if it turns out to be Rhea. Dominic, Dominic, Dominic. Emo Dom, Emo Dom, Emo Dom, Emo Dom, Emo Dom. Billy said, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. I also did not expect this. Okay, so Judgment Day make their way down. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because Judgment Day are heels. Seth is someone I'm really confused about. Dominic would look sick with that belt. Dominic could call himself Mr. America, Mr. USA, and Rhea could call herself Mrs. America. Finn Balor gets into the ring. Tell you what, people would be down for Finn against Seth. We've seen it before. First ever Universal Championship match, SummerSlam 2016. I've got a bone to pick with you. Oh dear. Oh dear. A few years ago, you cost me gold. So tonight, I'm gonna cost you gold. Yeah. Are you gonna unleash Dominic? Is this the OC? OC are coming down. Have they fixed their rear problem? Have they fixed their rear problem? Too sweet. Too sweet. There's Dominic. There's Rhea. Right. OC making their way down. Edge is going to return. Did someone say 6-man tag match? No. No. Not again. What I said is, have they fixed their Rhea problem? That's what I said. Yeah? You fixed your Rhea problem. I mean, you should have flipping fixed it at Crown Jewel. AJ. Oh, God, look at them three together. AJ, Finn, Seth. Is Seth just going to do one and we won't get a match? Seth's backing away. Backing away. Oh, God. Do we get it later? Seth jumps out the ring. Seth runs away. Yeah. This ends at Survivor Series. He hasn't said that, by the way. Oh, that's a great line. That's a great line. AJ said, this is far from over. Finn Balor said, the only thing in this ring that's over is the Judgment Day. That's a great line. Oh. I'm going to write that down. This is far from over. Only thing that's over. They still haven't found that someone? Oh, but she found the OC. Oh my God, here we go. It is Mia Yim. Mia Yim returns. Mia Yim returns. Oh, that's sick. That is sick. That is sick. There were rumors they were interested. Mia Yim returns to WWE. We still haven't found that person. Thankfully, that person found us, and Mia Yim with a kendo stick, walloping away on Rhea Ripley. She used to have sick entrance music, man. Her entrance music down in NXT. That is cool. That is cool. She was great in NXT. I don't know what she did outside of WWE. I think she went to like Impact. I can't say. I mean, I never watched, but I like the fact she's back. Great to see Mrs. Keith Lee back in WWE. She kind of fits really nicely as well with the OC. She fits really nicely with the OC. Jump out of the ring. She was good in Impact, said Rambo. Okay. I can believe it. I can definitely believe it. She was good in NXT. I tell you what, they're lucky they are. They are lucky the Styles Clash to Dominic. They're lucky, though, because I really thought that they were going to have to take on... Dominic. They've dodged a bullet there. They've really dodged a bullet. Yeah, she's cool, man. I like that. Is that Reckoning? Yeah, this is the new Retribution. We're backstage with Otis. Mia Yim. Yes. Hey, as Keith Lee took to social media to say, I know that girl. I know her. Right. With the wands. They ditched Rhea Ripley and left her, did they? Awesome. Well, the Rhea problem has been fixed. The Rhea problem has been fixed. That was a good reveal as well, the way that they structured it. I thought that was clever. Let's try and get some images up. This is definitely worthy of being a separate video. Let's do that. Let's do... let's see. Thought for sure she would be going to AEW. Yeah, it probably was the most likely because of Keith being there. But I don't know. I think you can definitely have some confidence with Triple H in charge now, you know? Don't know if she would have gone back with Vince in charge. I think she would have needed some real... That loaded. That has loaded. I think she would need to know how she was going to be booked if Vince was still there. Under Triple H, you can have a little bit more kind of comfort, knowing that you're not going to be reckoning. Right. Let's go over to it. So... huge breaking news coming out of Raw. OC and Judgment Day squared off in the ring. We know that the OC have got a Rhea problem. The OC know that they've got a Rhea problem. And actually, they should have fixed that problem before they got to Crown Jewel because they lost at Crown Jewel thanks to their Rhea problem. Either way, they came down to the ring, and this was done so well. AJ Styles said they still haven't found the solution to their Rhea problem, but that's all right because the solution found them. We then cut to the outside of the ring where we could see this superstar, this wrestler in a hoodie. I don't think it takes too much guessing work, detective work to figure out who that is. What we've seen the camo and seeing the long blue hair. It's not Sasha Banks. It is, in fact, Mia Yim. Mia Yim was a big star on the indie circuit. She's just been in Impact. But before that, she was in NXT for quite a long time. And she was someone that did come up to the main roster. She was part of Retribution. She was Reckoning. Not that we saw her all that much. But yes, she sadly was released by the company. She ended up going off elsewhere. But Triple H, Papa H, has brought her back. And she is the solution to the Rhea problem. And this is just a really cool look. She fits in with the OC quite nicely. She's a great superstar as well. She is capable of having really great matches. She is someone that never made it to NXT Women's Champion, but she was used on a very, very regular basis down in NXT. She is very credible. She is going to be a problem for Rhea Ripley, and she is going to be a problem for the Raw Women's division in general. So yeah, great signing. Great to have her back. Mia Yim is back with WWE, and she is the solution to the Rhea problem. Love it. Right, we were at commercial break, but we are back from commercial break, and we should be going over to our next match. Let me know in the chat what you think about Mia Yim back in WWE. Do you like it? Do you rate it? Are you excited about her being back? Are you maybe not familiar with her? Who's this? Who's that? Is that? I didn't recognize Kathy. That was Kathy running. Kathy having a word with Seth Rollins, just saying, what does this mean for your open challenge? I made a promise to the people, so looks like Seth's going to keep that promise. Okay, well, they're really building up that, aren't they? So, Mia Yim returns to WWE to attack Rhea Ripley and joins the OC. Okay, we've got Chad Gable making his way down to the ring. So, Seth said that he made a promise to the people. And so it seems like Seth is very much a face now. If he was a heel, I don't think he'd be caring about the people. Shush. Shush, please. Shush, please. Okay, Gable making his way down to the ring with Otis. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "We're here for Otis." It's undeniable. He is a ticket seller. Sure, he might be as wide as he is tall, but he is dangerous, says Corey Graves in regards to Otis. Otis, of course, going to be in action taking on Elias. Shush. Shush, please. Cal, shout out to you, said these Rumbles need to be 40. Too many people to not be in them, especially if Tegan and Chelsea are coming back as well. Cal, hope you well, dudes. Here's Elias making his way down. How would you feel about 40-person Rumbles? It's a lot of people. Maybe we just cut down on some of the surprises. Perhaps we just don't have as many surprises as what we've had before. Elias getting into the ring. Okay, so Elias in the ring. This match is presented by Golden Corral. How long have we been doing that? This match is presented by Golden Corral. It's about checks and championships. It's not about having fun. Apparently, Otis is not going to be showing off the worm tonight. So, Otis and Elias is underway. It's about checks and championships. That's how Otis is getting fed. Maybe Otis eats there a lot. I don't remember them doing that. I don't remember them like saying this match is presented by. Perhaps every match is going to be presented by someone in the future. So Otis against Elias. If I'm Golden Corral, would I want to present Otis versus Elias? Oh, Elias tried to pick up Otis. Otis falls on top of him. That's a really good point, actually. Would you want to present this match? That's a good point. I mean, it does. If you did make the point that Otis enjoyed it so much he ate there quite often, then maybe it would be the not the worst advertisement in the world. I feel like we're getting this match now because the conversation is probably still online about Mia Yim returning. So, you know, this is probably the best time to have the match. Because people are still thinking about and maybe still talking about Mia Yim's return. Plus, I don't think this is going to be long. Oh, knee strike. Wow. Elias with a big knee. Right in the face of Otis. Otis goes down, just gets his shoulder up. That was an amazing knee strike. Gable climbing, causing a distraction on the outside. That allows Otis to attack Elias from behind, picks him up, slams him down. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. And it's done. Otis could bankrupt Golden Corral. Days would sponsor every dominant match. Listen, if you've got the opportunity to sponsor the greatest lucha of all time, and you're going to pass up on that, shame on you. Okay, so Otis beats Elias. Paulie, shout out to you. Said Otis has read his first book. He's got reading dyslexia. I did hear that's good. Not good that he's got reading dyslexia, but it's good that he's managed to overcome it and enjoy his first book. That's a struggle that I know a fair few people go through, unfortunately. Okay. They've got 99 problems and they don't have a solution for any of them, says Finn. The OC will fall. They think they found someone that can take on Mummy. Brilliant. Bring in Mia Yim. Bring in the whole damn army and see if I care. They walk in. It's Bianca. Well, I'm into that little interaction. No. Mummy? Yeah. Mummy? Brad, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dude. Says, Days, massive fan. Been subbed to the channel for a while. Love the content. Hope to see a wrestling shop in Portsmouth. Thanks for the great content. Brad, shout out to you, dudes. We were talking about Portsmouth not long ago about how they've got a shop that a lot of people don't know about, which is actually called Wrestling Store. And it is in a doorway on the high street of Portsmouth. You might already know about it. We mentioned it the other day. But yeah, I don't know what Wrestling Shop are doing, to be honest. They're just doing their thing. I haven't really spoke to them since, oh God, it's been a long time now, you know. Long time. But then we've just been through lockdowns and all that kind of stuff. They're great guys. They are so cool. So yeah, if ever they did another Wrestling Shop live, I'd be totally up for doing it again. Yeah, love those guys. Guys, for all your figure needs this Christmas, check out Wrestling Shop. But yeah, Brad, appreciate the support, dudes. Hope you are well. I'll tell you who isn't well. Dominic's not well. Dominic is not well. Dominic is upset that they think they can deal with Mommy that way. Funny. Who do you think will answer Seth's open challenge? I don't know, man, but they're building it. They're building it. They're certainly making it feel like a bigger deal now that the first one got scuppered. So I am actually going to lean towards Kevin Owens now. I'm going to lean towards Kevin Owens. They could have easily they didn't need to do it that way. They didn't need to have Seth come out and have Seth get interrupted. They easily could have just had Judgment Day come out. But the fact that they teased the open challenge and then it never happened makes me think that it's going to be a bigger deal now. Fightful said that the open challenge happens. They didn't say who it was, so we don't know who it is. But I feel like it's going to be a bigger deal now. I do just want to write down that Bianca and Rhea moment, because that seems to be foreshadowing something that could be coming down the road. And I don't think any of us would be against Rhea and Bianca. That to me seems like the match to make. Remember Steven Spielberg? He used to make movies, says Chris. I remember him, yeah. I also think they did it because we'll revisit AJ Finn and Seth at some point. I'm down for that. Smurfy said, Dom wants his mommy. Tribute to the Troops is sponsored by Golden Corral. Oh, BT! Oh, okay, thank you. When is Tribute to the Troops? Got a little Tribute to the Troops thing. Oh, BT have cut away from it again. BT, stop being douches. That's not an advert. Some idiot sat at BT that just has got a button that throws to a graphic. And if there's something, because this is obviously a feed coming over, that if there's something they think is an advert, then they clearly put the graphic up. Golden Corral. Well, missed all that. Don't know what that was. They might have just announced Tribute to the Troops, but I don't know. Here is Bianca. and Asuka and Alexa. Don't watch it fall down. I never needed you at all. I didn't know we were getting these. Bianca. Dun, dun, dun. Something just happened with the screen. What happened with the screen? What happened with the screen? Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-dum-bum. The whole screen is Bianca, but I saw it just change to a black color. I'm gonna have a look here. Oh, it was Bray's logo. Bray's logo on the screen. Oh, that's sick. That is sick. That is sick. Sickety sick. So Bianca, Asuka, Alexa making their way down to the ring. And in the background, I saw the screen go black. And I was like, is that a little glitch? And no is the answer. It's not a flipping glitch. It's Bray's logo. OMG. OMG, guys. That, I mean, we saw it at Crown Jewel, but obviously we were just waiting to see if it was going to show itself again. It didn't. But now it's showing itself again here as well. Is it Asuka? Or is it Alexa? Right, damage control making their way down. It was only there briefly, though. It was only there briefly. Ba-bum-bum. Right, damage control are making their way down to the ring. I'm trying to find a nice screenshot of it, and I don't have one. The one that I've got's not very clear. A bit quiet this segment. The only reason you've got those titles is because of Nikki Cross. I have no idea why you're bragging. So let's see if there's anything else. No. Dakota, Io, Sky, and Bailey. You could choose Bianca or Jade. Who are you going to sign? Oh, Bianca. Easily. Wouldn't even think twice, mate. Okay, so Asuka and Io going out. Why is Io looking intimidated? Screaming at Io, and Io looks intimidated by Asuka. Comes back with the B words. Big brawl. Big brawl between these ladies. So, big brawl. So Asuka screams at Io in like Japanese. War. This ends at War Games. This ends at War Games. Nikki attacks from behind. Nikki Cross attacks from behind. So this ends at War Games. Yes. That will come to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Nikki Cross coming in and attacking again. Smile on the face of Nikki Cross. War Games. Now Nikki attacking Asuka right now. Right, well, they've beaten them down, and it looks like Damage Control are going to be standing tall. She turns her head snaps over. Is she turning her attention to Bianca? No, Alexa. Alexa collides into Alexa. Alexa goes down. Asuka going into the ring post. Plants Alexa down. So Damage Control are standing tall. Seeing 5-on-5, who will be with Alexa and Asuka and Bianca? Bailey has Io, Dakota, and Nikki. They only need one more. Candice, I've got to think, will be with the face team. So I think both need one more. Rhea was just looked at. And so there's a little hint maybe Rhea will join up for one time. But, could it be Rhea and Mia Yim? Could that element of that feud come over to here? And then we do, Judgment Day OC. I don't think Mia Yim and Rhea will be involved in that Judgment Day OC War Games match if it goes that way, because having men and women in the same cage, if it is going to go to a War Games match, I don't know, it seems a bit messy. Don't see it going that way. Right. We've gone to commercial break, so big breaking news. Raw keeps on delivering. We've had another big talking point. You can see that as Bianca was making her way down to the ring with Asuka and Alexa, the screen on the Titantron went black. I caught this bit at first, and I didn't see what happened after. It is only there for a fleeting moment. That's why these images are maybe not the sharpest, because we do have it. This appeared. Look at that. Bray Wyatt's logo briefly, for the fleetingest of seconds, was on screen behind these three. Now, of course, we did see Bray's logo backstage at Crown Jewel as Asuka and Alexa were being interviewed. There's a lot of talk about this being Bray targeting Alexa. There is another school of thought that it could be that Alexa is actually being recruited and not targeted. There's another school of thought where people are saying that Asuka might actually be the swerve and she could be targeted or recruited. Because we have seen Asuka holding the Lily doll and briefly kind of changing her demeanor. When she held Lily before, she went really serious. People have also pointed out that Asuka looked very serious as well when she was backstage at Crown Jewel and the logo appeared. The other thing as well, and again, this might not be related, but again, I can just see in the bottom right corner next to the WWE logo, the circle as well in the bottom right corner. This looks like a screen grab from BT Sports, and I don't think that circle is there. In fact, I know for a fact that circle is not there normally during a BT Sports kind of presentation. It's not part of the watermark. So I don't know where that circle has come from that's in the bottom right corner next to the WWE logo. And we have seen that circle appear at certain times in the past as well. I think maybe during White Rabbit, that circle would appear on screen as well. So that's interesting. Either way, though, as we said, this is a big, big talking point. It adds to what we saw at Crown Jewel. We don't know what the message is, though. At Crown Jewel, it was Asuka and Alexa. Bianca was not there, so it doesn't feel like he's targeting Bianca. It feels like he's coming for Alexa, or as a swerve, Asuka. I feel like Alexa's probably the favorite, probably the one because of the history. Is he targeting her, or is he looking to recruit her? Is he looking to get the band back together again? I don't know. Let me know your thoughts on this because it's very interesting. And anything that's Bray related obviously gets Twitter talking. And they'll be talking about this one. There was a lot of talk following Crown Jewel. Well, we've seen it again on Raw. But what does it mean? What does it mean? Who's he coming after? Is he coming after Alexa? Is he coming after Asuka? Perhaps he wants both. Perhaps he wants both. Perhaps he fancies having a couple of women around. I mean, listen, players going to play. Do you know what I mean? Players are going to play. Perhaps he fancies having a couple of wives. And he's going to look to recruit them both. I'd have a lot of respect for him if he took that approach, to be honest. Lots of respect. Bella. A-Town down. So we've got Austin Theory making his way down. I gotta say, the first hour maybe dragged a little, just a little. Great opening promo, but I think that first match went on a bit long, and because it's two teams that would get in on Friday anyway, I'm not that crazy about seeing them here as well. But the Mia Yim thing was nice. The Bray logo was nice. It gives us definite talking points. And of course, what followed was the fact that we're going to be getting confirmation that Damage Control are going to be in the War Games match with Bianca, Asuka, Alexa, probably Candice, maybe someone else, probably your mom. So, yeah, nice. I feel like we've got a few talking points here. I don't feel like this is just a completely thrown together. I feel like we've got a few talking points. So I appreciate that, Papa H. Thanks, Papa H. You ledge. Money in the Bank has been through a lot, says Rory. Blaze said, I think it's Damage Control messing with Alexa. That's interesting, Blaze. Hope you're well. This guy might ruin WrestleMania. What, me? I think there's a really good chance of that. I think there's a really good chance. Here is Shelton Benjamin. Shelton Benjamin making his way down. We're just seeing a little segment backstage between Shelton and Austin Theory. All I do is win, says Austin Theory. When was the last time Shelton Benjamin beat anyone? It's a fair question. It's a fair question. You can't say it isn't. Okay, so we are going over to the match. Okay, Austin Theory versus Shelton Benjamin. Shelton Benjamin's going to give Austin Theory a hell of a workout. Fun times, says Miss Clown One. Let's change this graphic at the bottom. We have missed our halftime score thing, but we'll do it at the next commercial break. Austin Theory versus Shelton Benjamin. What if Asuka is the target and she goes back to her evil look from before WWE? That would be good if she brought Kana back out. Never seen Kana in WWE. Kind of darker side of Asuka. So the Bray Wyatt logo was shown. You're in the Bianca Belair entrance. Is he targeting Alexa Bliss? Asuka? Or is he looking to recruit them to Wyatt 6? Maybe one or both. Right, up on the shoulders. Big German suplex there by Shelton Benjamin. That was nice. That was really nice. Both guys on their knees. We are underway with this. If you are joining us, the two big talking points tonight. Mia Yim has returned and Bray Wyatt's logo has once again interrupted Alexa, Asuka, but we don't know which way it's going. Easy99 said 30th anniversary Raw is XXX. Don't Google that. Good advice. Bray made a comment about following the path the circle leads him or something like that, referring to the circle on the screen. Well, what's really interesting is I have the BT feed on, right? And so I have the logo on screen. There is no circle in the bottom corner. So that screen grab, I mean, unfortunately, I can't rewind it. It won't let me rewind. Otherwise, I would go back to see if that circle showed on my feed and if it disappeared again. But certainly that screenshot that I managed to just pull from someone's Twitter, that was BT and that had it. But I'll admit I was so distracted by the fact that it had just gone black on the entrance thing that I didn't even notice until I was doing that little video clip. Didn't even notice the little circle in the corner until we were literally just recording that thing. It is something that we've commented on before, though. We spoke about it during White Rabbit. I'm sure it was White Rabbit where we saw the same thing. Right, we've got The Miz backstage. Austin Theory beats Shelton. Gets a clean dub. Clean dub for Austin Theory. That was a waste of time match. You've got a chance to elevate Shelton, but you don't. Maybe him and Bobby will hook up and we'll see a backstage promo. Don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. I think like people were a bit down on the fact that we have been giving Austin Theory so many L's. So I think this is just a way of giving him a dub. I don't think it's anything more than that, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. Did anyone just stare at the background then, looking for Loomis? Yeah. There was someone in the background, but it wasn't Loomis. Has there been any word on R-Truth's injury? I've not seen any confirmation, but I think it was Dave Meltzer said that the talk is that it's a torn quad. And if that is the case, then he is going to be out for a long time. So I'm torn. They both need wins, but Shelton needs it more, says Maggie. I've still got the circle on, BT. Have you? Have you? I do not. I will look again, but I just looked during that Austin Theory one. I do not have it. Are you sure? Are you just seeing circles? Have you let him in? Perhaps that's what happens when you let him in. You start seeing circles everywhere. What's happening now? Adverts, mate. Adverts. So far, the best stuff is Mia and the Bray logo, says Ollie. I agree with that. But the opening promo was very good as well. And, well, I was going to say, like, the little interaction between OC and Judgment Day. I really liked it when AJ said this is far from over. And Finn said the only thing that's over in this ring is the Judgment Day. I love that line. But really, I suppose you have to kind of put that in with Mia Yim coming back. Been all right, you know. I mean, if you think about it, we've been watching the show for nearly 1 hour, 50 minutes. And look, is it the best Raw? No. Is it horrific? No. There's some stuff here. Oh God, I don't even need to sing it. I was about to sing it. I don't need to. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, so Ian 7, Denny 71. Ollie with a 7, Steve-O with a 7. If they actually have Theory run out of time and not cash in, he would be buried. Yes. Sean said 7.5. Matthew C said 5. 1987 Big Fan says 5. Jojo says 7.2. Can I just say, though, that would be funny. Could you imagine if, like, he runs out? We've never seen anyone run out of time. Like, I feel like that should be a story that gets told at least once. Like, someone, running out of time, that's funny. So I do agree, but equally, I think we should do it. We should do it once. Someone running out of time. We should do it. So if they do it with Austin Theory, I agree that, you know, it's not a great look for him, but, oh man, it's a good, that'd be fun. LS Dub said 6.75. Greg says 8. Daniel said 8.5. Jeremy with a 9. WWE Fan says 8. God, these scores are high. Legend Killer says 6. John said 7. Jono with a 6. G Money Slayer with a 7. Edward with a 7.5. Stone 9540 said 7.5. Mike says 7. Dacorian, it's a nice name, says 8. Brad said, sadly, the store is closed, but online is open. Also, love Idiot's Guide to Wrestling Moves. Also, did donate an extra £5. I got paid. Always want to donate. Enjoy Royal Rumble as go. Excited for Royal Rumble as I'm going. Brad, you don't need to donate, buds. It's really appreciated, but honestly, just being here with us is appreciated. So you are a legend, my friend. It is greatly appreciated, but you don't feel like you have to do that. But enjoy the Rumble, man. I'm jealous. If there was one show that I would love to go to, it'd be the Rumble. I mean, just counting down, not knowing who's coming out next, you're going to have a great time, man. You're going to have a great time. So, yeah, appreciate it. Right, we've got Miz now. Miz said he has to try and defend himself because of last week's allegations. Everyone believes Johnny. So Miz upset at last week's revelation. Or revelations. The only silver lining is his agent's phone has not stopped ringing. Okay, there's someone that wants to tell the real story. Miz's story. This is going to take time. Miz wants Oscar buzz. I don't know who that is. Must be a new actor. Talks about defamation. Here's Johnny. Johnny's heard enough. I love his music, man. Yes, Rebel. Comes out with his whistle. I've always liked your dad. We've all loved Mrs. Dad. Mrs. Dad is a legend. What are they chanting? Oh, Johnny Wrestling. I need to tell the truth about something I did. He's blowing the whistle on himself. Johnny blows the whistle. I was hoping that he would pay Dexter Lumis. I need stronger evidence. Oh, he's done something deceitful. Who's he hired? Where's this going? Cal Dub said, read the second tweet that Sean Ross Sapp just sent. Oh, so the person... So there's hidden camera footage. And I've got the footage. Okay, and he's got the... Here's the footage. If you did do it, you would be a brilliant mastermind. Miz, can we speak off the record? Everything Johnny said is true. Oh my God. Oh my God. Miz admits. Johnny rewinds. Which one am I looking at? He's put a few out. Mia Yim left a banana peel for shouting to slip on the match. I just know it. I wouldn't doubt that placeholders were used on multiple things on tonight's rundown. That would be a blank last hour for sure. Huh? People are, leaning towards it being Carmelo? He hasn't been named. Well, I do think it's somewhat big. Carmelo would be very cool. But that's nothing but a guess at this stage. Miz Exposed. Cal, shout out to you. Okay, so Miz Exposed. So we're now going to go to Miz against Johnny. Hand in the cookie jar. Tar Heel said this crowd doesn't care. I don't think this crowd cares about anything tonight. This crowd sucks. So there we go. We hear that Miz admits And he goes into a little bit of detail as well. Exposed, says Daniel. I know you don't read rundowns, but if you did, you would understand that super chat. Well, I mean, I did glance at the rundown and I saw that it said Seth Open Challenge, but I didn't see it say, I saw it say Seth Open Challenge, but I didn't see it say, against who it was going to be. Which is why when he came out the first time, I thought that was it and we were going to get the thing. Now that it's delayed and it's a little bit later, let's see. I am looking forward to finding out who it is going to be that faces Seth Rollins. What the heck is wrong with this crowd? Said LD Cool. What is wrong with the crowds? I think they haven't got going, and I don't know why. I don't know what was on before. Like, whatever's happened before Raw seems to have put them asleep, but there doesn't seem to be, like, the fire and the energy in the crowd. You would imagine the Usos and the New Day would have got things going, but I don't know. It ain't done it, has it? The crowd have been pretty flat. AEW fan said, WWE uses placeholders for big surprises. Need a location on Cody. Toxic said, the show isn't anything crazy. It's because their baseball team lost, said John. Don't think that would bleed over into this show. Maybe it's Monday Night Football, said Leo. It's a good show, said Wyatt 6. Alshon said, sad that crowds have been conditioned by Vince's storytelling to have no enthusiasm for anything other than Roman Reigns. Big Time Baxter said, Days, isn't it crazy how Vince fired so many talented females and AEW had an opportunity to scoop up a lot of women? He sat on Athena for 7 months before signing her. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like you can't really win, can you? Because they get criticized for bringing in a lot of ex-WWE. So, I don't know. Can we sit here and say they should have signed more? I don't know. I feel like you can't win which direction you go. If you're Tony Khan, you get shouted at for not signing some of the talent you haven't signed from WWE. And then you get shouted at for signing so many WWE. So, the guy can't win. Right, Miz against Johnny, and we are about to start our number 3. Miz against Johnny Gargano as we head into the start of our number 3. Austin Theory will be Seth's opponent. We've already seen Theory, so I don't think it will be. I mean, look, there have been rumors of Carmelo coming up, and certainly seems like a few people, not many, but a few people are just wondering if it could be now. Didn't consider it being an NXT star or something along those lines. That would be interesting. Very interesting. Kevin Owens, I think, would be very interesting as well. Kevin Owens would be interesting. I definitely feel at the start when we were talking about it, as we were doing that hour before, I was very much like, it's probably Cedric or Shelton. Because if you think about John Cena's open challenges, he did face a lot of, like Neville's or whoever. Like, there was a lot of just people that were on the roster. Cesaro, for example. I mean, the matches were banging and they were fantastic. And I'm not downplaying them. I'm just saying that week after week after week, you can't have big surprise, big surprise, big surprise. So I wasn't really expecting anything. But then when they brought him out and they didn't do it, and they have now seemingly made it, the main event? I can only imagine it's going to be the main event. Now it feels bigger. Now it feels like it's going to be somewhat juicy. So now I think Carmelo or Kevin Owens or someone along those lines. Don't know. We'll have to see. Corey Graves is great, said Justin. Johnny is getting a loud chant in a dead crowd. Proves how good Johnny is. Imagine if Pete Dunne returned here, said Roadman. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Skinny said the Sixers are playing at home right now. That's not Philly, said Skinny. I thought they said Philly. Didn't they say Philly earlier? So look, we can see where it is. Where is Raw tonight? WWE Raw. Pennsylvania. Welcome to Wrestle-In Inc.'s coverage of Raw, coming to you from the Mohegan Sun Arena in Pennsylvania. Didn't Thingy say Philadelphia? I thought JB, that's where I got it from. That's where I heard it. I'm sure he said, unless I got confused. I'm sure he said, Philadelphia. Kick from The Miz. Then are we going to commercial break? Johnny goes down. Miz going back, kick to the midsection by The Miz. What about Matt Cardona? No, not interested. Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. Well, the plot thickens. Knee to the back of the head by The Miz. Johnny goes down. Who do you think will answer the US Open Challenge? It should be big because they have hyped it up and they're making you wait. Yeah, I'm going to say Kevin Owens or Carmelo Hayes. Those are the two now. If it is Carmelo, I'll be shocked. I'm only saying that because a couple of people on Twitter have said it. And I never considered it. But he has been rumored to be coming up. So I really like that. And him against Seth would be fire. So yeah, down for it, man. That'll be great. Johnny's got blood in his mouth here. It looks like he got caught. So Johnny is bleeding. Bobby, we haven't seen Bobby. Bobby against Seth. I'd be more excited for Carmelo. I can't say I'd be excited for Matt Cardona, to be honest. I'm not a fan. It's nothing personal. I know him as Zack Ryder. I liked him when he was doing the Internet Championship, and he wasn't being booked very well, so he kind of took it into his own hands and he created his YouTube channel and got himself over. Like, for me, that was great, but that sort of ran its course, and then he seemed to just go with the flow. Not his fault, because WWE were actively preventing superstars from getting themselves over on social media. Like, you weren't allowed your own Twitch channel. And I think you can have a YouTube channel, but you're not. I don't know what the rules are, actually. I don't know what the rules are with that, because Asuka's got her own YouTube channel. So I don't know what the rules are. But, for me, I look at Matt Cardona, I see Zack Ryder, and Zack Ryder was just dull as dishwater towards the end. I did like him with the Internet Championship, and I did like him when he was doing his Long Island IC vlogs. They were very good. That's a long time ago now, It's a long time ago. Miz on the edge of the ring. Super kick by Johnny. What about Robert Roode? Don't feel like that's big enough. What if it is someone new, like Dominic's saying there, what about Bronson Reed? He was rumored as well. But we have just brought in Mia Yim, and the other day we brought in Emma. I am starting to admit that this roster is starting to get pretty damn full. Do we need someone new? I don't know. Johnny dumped into the timekeeper's area. According to Mid Cardona, Zack Ryder is dead. Well, I don't think I've been unfair there, because that sounds like Matt Cardona's probably in agreement that Zack Ryder character was dead, had run its course. Like, there wasn't anything else to get out of it. A refresh, a representation would absolutely be needed if he came back. Don't be right. If he came back, fine, he comes back. It's just not, it's not what I'm clamoring for, you know? Pennsylvania is EC dub country. What about Rob Van Dam? Oh, well, that would be sick. AEW fan, that would be sick. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Put me down for that. Yeah, that would be awesome. A legend would be great, actually. That would be great. It's weird, you know, because my mind doesn't go there because I'm so conditioned to Vince's booking, you know? And I don't think Vince, for just a random episode of Raw, would go in that direction. I don't think he would really look to give us a surprise like that. I don't think Vince would think that Rob Van Dam is someone that would really, you know, spark interest or really move the dial. But sometimes it's not about moving the dial. Sometimes it's about just entertaining the fans. And I'd love it. Rob Van Dam would be awesome. That'd be great. He mimicked Rob Van Dam at Extreme Rules. Yeah, that's a good point, Cal. That's a good point. He did, didn't he? Be a nice little callback. Bacon Time said, I've been to GC dub shows with Cardona, and the heat is unlike anything I've seen before. Max said, didn't Seth dress as RVD recently? Yeah. Rob Van Dam said, now Triple H is there, there's less chance of him going back. Oh, well, that's a shame. What if Seth's opponents is Cameron Grimes? To the moon. I'd be more excited for Carmelo, but that'd be all right. Anyone that comes out that where we don't go, oh. Like, if that's the reaction, I don't want that. I want, oh my God, can't believe it. Look at this. That's the reaction I want. It's up to WWE to get that reaction. So Carmelo would do that, because even though we're talking about him, I'd still be surprised if he comes walking out. Same with Rob Van Dam. What if it's Bray? What if it's the Uncle Howdy and he has his first match? What if it's the Fiend? What if it's Rambling? What if it's all the puppets? What if it's Bray dressed as Sister Abigail? Because we almost got that at TLC against who was it? Against Finn Balor, and then he fell ill, and it was AJ Finn Balor instead. What about that? People would freak. What about Bron Breakker? How about a kid? Yeah. Let's go. How about Seth just picks someone from the crowds and then humbles them? Starts wailing away on them. That'd be fun. What about Tamina and her cousin? They could get titles, said Inside Out. Well, I don't think they're going to challenge Seth Rollins. Call me old-fashioned. Right, we're still underway with Johnny and The Miz. So we're still underway with this match. We are 50 minutes from the end of Raw. It's not dragged at all. It's been all right, you know. I want it to be Andre Chase. Oh, I want it to be Thea Hale. I love Thea Hale. Her energy on Raw. This dead crowd would wake up. If you brought Thea Hale out, her energy and enthusiasm, this crowd would love her. Shoulder up by The Miz. Good little match this, by the way. What if Seth's opponent is Mustafa Ali? So there has to be a match. Suppose it would make sense. Don't think it'd be that exciting, though. Johnny, to the outside. I adore Thea Hale, says Jim. Welcome to the Thea Hale fan club. That's what this is. Johnny slingshotted through the ropes, hit a spear And the Miz got his shoulder up. Boom, look at that. That was lovely. What if Cody pulls a Cena? Way too soon, surely. Surely. I mean, I know they said the same about Cena, but... Oh, surely. Can I join the Thea Howell fan club? Absolutely. Absolutely. Boom. Johnny gets spiked. 2. Shoulder up. Candice LeRae, Mia Yim, and Emma have all the worst crowd reactions. Could Chelsea Green, Tegan Knox get funeral reactions as well? Yes. I'm praying that Enzo answers the open challenge. He's probably in the crowd, Enzo. Like this. Knowing Enzo. Remember him at Survivor Series a few years ago. Kicks coming in by The Miz. I hope it's Dijak, said Blazed. Oh, that'd be fun. He's been teased for NXT, but I mean, look, Triple H can do anything. Can do anything. It might be Ric Flair. Woo! Styling and profiling his way down to the ring, passing out. Coming back again. Styling and profile, passing out. Coming back again. Woo! I'd be down for that. Clothesline by Johnny. James Ellsworth. The Thea Warrior. The Thea Warrior. Yes. The ultimate Thea. Miz scouted that and planted Johnny. Johnny just gets his shoulder up. Gilbert. Double J. Is AE Dub, isn't he? AE Dub. Miz. Picks up Johnny. Johnny rolls through, though. 1, 2. Kick out by Miz. Johnny up on his feet. Kick to the side of the face. Quite a bit of spittle came out. 2. Oh, shoulder up by the Miz. Nick Aldis. That would be sick, but he's still under contract, I think. Like, he's just suspended at the moment. Oh, my God. That would be the best. Nick Aldis coming out would be the best. That would be the best. I would immediately become a Nick Aldis stan. Loved him in the NWA. Miz goes, nasty into the commentary table, right in his lower back. It's going to be Rusev Day. It's going to be Coco Beware. The Birdman. Yeah, with Frankie. Bird. Yes. Justice for Coco. We always see Hall of Famers, and we never see Coco. Drop kick. Oh, Miz gets pulled under the ring. Miz pulled under the ring. He tries to escape. What's he managed to get? He's managed to get a turnbuckle strap. Tells the ref to have a look underneath. Johnny grabs the Miz. The Miz used that turnbuckle thing. Bang! Miz says, what? Is there nothing under there? 1, 2, 3. The Miz wins. It's really great, you know, because you could tell the Miz was forcing himself back. He wasn't being pulled. You never see a hand or anything. Miz tells the referee there's someone under there. Whilst the ref is distracted, he uses that turnbuckle metal strap to smack Johnny in the face. And the Miz wins. So Miz under the ring. Ref checks. Miz cheats. Miz wins. Matt Cardona. The Miz wins. John Morrison, Mason Ryan, Johnny Jobber. Johnny Jobber. No one likes him. He's deceitful, said The Miz. Here's Dexter with a chair. Boom! Dexter stares at The Miz. I think that Loomis in the crowds. Security chasing after him. It's a bit weird, right? Because Dexter, I like the explanation that he was working with The Miz. Because I think it explains a few things. But it doesn't make Dexter look that great, does it? Because Dexter was working with The Miz. He was kind of deceiving us. I feel like he deceived me. Makes me sad. Right, we're backstage with Damage Control. They're trying to get Nikki on side. Bayley's smiling and smirking. Let it all out tonight. Nikki laughs. Time to play. Time to play. Guys, Nikki Cross has got herself a 24/7 championship match. Yes, yes, yes. It's not just any match. It's a 24/7 championship match. Oh, I want to watch that. Oh, The Rock was playing WrestleFest. And we go to a commercial break. What's that about? Stupid BT. Stupid BT. What's The Rock done? What did The Rock do? What did The Rock do? I just saw him go over to a WrestleFest thing and it was sick and there was like loads of old school figures around and it looked great. What happened? Don't know. BT is really doing you dirty. I want to listen, BT, if you are watching, I want you, to give me the name of the person that is responsible for pressing the button that takes us to commercial break. Because what seems to happen is we watch Raw and then someone manually presses a button and then the commercials start. I want to know who that is so that I can punch them in the face. Repeated. Because they haven't got a flipping clue what they're doing. It's as if they're sitting there with their eyes closed going, should I press it now? Should I press it now? Should I press it now? I pressed it. I pressed it. Doesn't matter if the show's on or not. Just get a flipping commercial break. The Rock said he's challenging Roman at WrestleMania. Oh God. Do you know what? All joking aside, they threw to a commercial break for the very first episode of the Firefly Funhouse. True story. Never saw the first Funhouse episode because whoever presses the button manually is a douche. Idiots. Idiots. It's conspiracy, says Leah. It is a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy. Do you see what I have to put up with? If you're in America, you probably think the UK looks pretty cool, pretty fun. James Bond, Royal Family, One Direction. I don't know, right? Sucks. Sucks in the UK. The UK sucks. Can't even get commercial breaks right. Sucks. I think the commercials are part of the WWE broadcast, usually Peacock-related commercials. It's someone that manually throws to the thing because we can be halfway in, like, a commercial and then it'll cut to a graphic or, like, there seems to be some sort of manual control happening. Someone's responsible for this. And I want the name. I want the name. Well, if it's Vincent, what, Vince McMahon? Well, it would make sense, wouldn't it? It is being botched. It is being botched. So that would make sense. If we look back at recent Raws and SmackDowns under the Vince regime, I've gone with regime. I'm using the regime word. Then, yeah, I could totally believe that Vince is controlling the commercial breaks for BT Sport. And he's a douche. What if it's Roderick Strong? What, controlling the commercial breaks? Well, he's a douche then. It's going to be Sammy Uso. Nah, it's not Sammy Uso. Right, Nikki Cross making her way down. Nikki Cross taking on Dana Brooke. Guys, I think this is the main event. It's got to be. It's got to be the main event. It's for the 24/7 title. Got to be. You can't tell me there's anything bigger than this match. Damage Control have come out with Nikki Cross. They're keeping a very safe distance. I'm just amazed we haven't gone to commercial break here in the UK. Whoever runs commercial isn't very oozy, said Robs. Well said. Well said, Robs. You give it to them, both barrels. Whoever it is not very oozy at all. Right, Nikki comes down. She takes her jacket off. Sick smile on her face. It's a much better Oh, she's looking up at. Something happening up in the rafters. It's Sting! So, we got Nikki. Here's Dana. I like Dana. Works hard, man. Dana. Nikki in some kind of trance. Go on, Dana. It's going to be Bobby. This match is the main event, said F City. Yes, it's got to be. Dana Brooke, 24/7 title. Reggie is going to answer Seth. Dream match. Jim said, I missed the superhero gimmick. Said, no one ever. Lol. Right, Dana holds up the 24/7 title. There it is. What a belt. What a belt. Look at those sick, plain side plates. Oh. I love a belt that's got no detail on it whatsoever. Right, we've got Dana in one corner, Nikki in the other. We got Bailey on commentary. This would be so much more fun if Michael Cole was on commentary, but crossbody by Nikki. Wailing away on Dana Brooke. Dana Brooke back in the corner. Nikki charging over, collides into Dana. Kick to the midsection, firing in some kicks. Kickity kick, kickity kick. My brother-in-law misses the superhero gimmick. It saddens me, says Ram. Scott's Corner said, Uncle Howdy is about to come out on screen and Nikki will be hypnotized. Not going to lie, I forgot about this title, said Ollie Oop. Dana Jobber. I like Dana. Is she a good wrestler? No. But she works hard. She gives her all. What she doesn't get is opportunity. And I think in the 24/7 title kind of picture, she did a really good job. Dana back in the corner. Nikki charging over. Back elbow by Dana. Big boot by Dana as well. Moves out the way. Nikki Cross in the corner. Dana wailing away. Pounding away on Nikki. Kicks coming into the midsection. Dana Brooke getting an opportunity on this week's Raw. Nikki pulls the hair. Dana goes down. There's more than meets the eye with us, says Bailey. Nikki smashing Dana's head against the mat. Nikki back up on her feet, going over to the corner. Dana over the ropes. Dana back up on her feet. Nikki straight to the midsection. She's going to look for a suplex. Oh! 1, 2, 3. That's it. Thanks. We've got a new 24/7 chat. Oh, yeah, new champ. New 24/7 champ. New champ. And she's so excited. She is not interested in the belt whatsoever. Bailey grabs it for her. Bailey's going to give her the belt. Here you go. This is yours. Nikki doesn't want it. Bailey puts it on Nikki. I love the way Bailey just put it on Nikki. Nikki was like, It's a bit like Buckaroo, where you've got to put things on without the horse like bucking. She's Bailey's like, oh. So Nikki was angry without the belt. The belt got put on her, and she just continued to be angry and walk away. That's my impression of Nikki Cross. Accurate. It's very good. Award winning. Brock is going to challenge Seth. What a beast. Who answers the open challenge? I hope it's the person that throws over to the adverts on BT Sport, and I hope that Seth absolutely crucifies him. That's what I want. That's what I want. WWE fan said, not going to lie, she's going to make the 24/7 title a scary time for anyone who tries. Just don't try. Who wants that belt? Literally no one. Not even the champion wants it. She walked off without it. WWE's female division is not going to be missing anything if they just all collectively decide that the 24/7 belt is not worth it, because it never was worth it. So, done. Don't bother. It's Nikki's now. What a waste. Why put her in a match for a title she doesn't want, says Michael. It's pretty funny, though, isn't it? If you think about it. You don't get too many champions that don't care about the belts and don't want to be the champion. It's pretty fun. What if Tyler Bateman answers the challenge? I'd be surprised. If he's coming in, I've got to think he's coming in to be with Bray. This perfectly sets up Bailey. Now Damage Control will have the title, said Adam. 24/7 belt was basically a certificate of participation. Yes, it was. Days, we've got a 24/7 champion that doesn't want to be 24/7 champion. Nikki Cross. Trust Papa H to do something worthwhile with the rest 24/7 title. Tinglin said they should turn the 24/7 championship into a TV championship, like AEW did with the TBS championship. WWE Model Friday. Imagine crazy Nikki having people trying to pin her all the time. She'll go even more crazy, said Jim. Who does want the 24/7 championship, says Samuel. Nikki really celebrated that win, said Erase Your Mind. Hey, Erase Your Mind, who do you think Bray is going after, please? Do you think he's going after Alexa? Do you think he's going after Ask? Actually, we could do a poll. Why don't I do a poll? But Erase Your Mind, let me know. Because I know you are all over it. Let's do a poll, though. I fancy a poll. What Bray doing? What Bray doing? Is he attacking Alexa? Is he attacking Asuka? Is he recruiting Alexa? Or is he recruiting Asuka? There would be another option, which is damage control behind it all. We have spoke about that before, but that's not an option. I'm only allowed 4 options, and I've maxed them all out. Attacking Alexa, attacking Asuka, recruiting Alexa, recruiting Asuka. What Bray doing? What Bray doing? That's tonight's question. Do you think this is how they would kill off the 24/7 title? Maybe. Maybe. Right, we've got 28 minutes. 28 minutes. Right, we've got some shots from Crown Jewel. William said, attacking Alexa. That was a nice Gollum impression, says Sonny. Oh my God, Sonny, I went out yesterday and I physically saw my first ever Tim Hortons in Wolverhampton. But I took a picture. Hang on, what's she looking at? She's looking up again. Oh, the title's gone in the trash! The title's gone in the trash! The title's in the trash! It's greatest Raw ever! Title in the trash, in the trash. Title in the trash. Na 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 na. Title in the trash, in the trash. Title in the trash. Na 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 na. Title in the trash, in the trash. Title in the trash. Na 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 na. It's gone. It's out of there. Title in the trash. What a time to be alive. What was she looking at? She was looking at a brighter future. That's what she was looking at. Okay, so we just got Mia and we got OC. Seth Rollins coming down. That was just a sample of what I can do, said Mia. So she seems to fit in really well. She fits in as well as that 24 title fits in the trash. Here's Seth Rollins then. Burn it down. Burn everything down. Someone will pick up the belts. Yeah. Duke the Dumpster Drozy. Because it's out of there. No more 24/7 championship. Nope. Listen, if you want to get Nikki over, that's how you do it. She's super over now. Do you remember when she was Nikki ASH running around being a superhero? Now she's crazy and she won the 24/7 title and the first thing she did is throw it in the trash. Legend. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame! First ballot Hall of Fame. Now, where were we? If you want fans to like Nikki, there you go. Nikki is super over, said Knight Rider. Nikki is under Bray's control, says Donald. It's an interesting thought. We've had 252 votes. I'm going to close the poll. Years of Seth Rollins. Oh, 10 years of Seth Rollins. Recruiting Alexa. Attacking Alexa. That is first and second. It seems like people aren't feeling the Asuka thing. Look. People aren't feeling the Asuka thing. That's interesting. Recruiting Alexa, 45%. Attacking Alexa, 40%. Only 15% of people, or 14% of people, think that it's got anything to do with Asuka. So Asuka on the outside. 10 years of Seth Rollins. Jinder would be fun, only because, and it won't be, wasn't it Jinder Seth to crown the first ever NXT champ? Nice way to celebrate 10 years of Seth Rollins. But doesn't really feel big enough, does it, for a Raw main event? Thank you, Rollins. Crowd have woke up. Thank you, Rollins. It had been far too long since Seth had held gold. This feels like Seth is back to the Seth that I've wanted him to get back to. This is Monday Night Rollins. This is Monday Night Rollins. This is Seth in the main event. Crowd again starting to sing. There we go. God, this crowd are awful, man. This crowd are awful. Seth keeps giving them opportunity to sing. It takes about half an hour for them to get going. Who it is? Who is it? It's got to be someone big. Who is answering the open challenge main event of Raw? He is the visionary. 10 years of Seth Rollins this month. He deserves someone big, someone tasty. Come on. It's Mustafa Ali. I really like Mustafa Ali. Oh, someone's attacked him. I just said I really like Mustafa Ali. Bobby. Ali's not going to accept your challenge. I don't have my championship because of Brock. Whilst Bobby's talking, someone should just come down. Just play Carmelo's music. He could beat him whilst Bobby's having a chit-chat. Ali and Bobby are brawling. Ali just got hurled, man. Ali tried to deal with Bobby. Bobby picks him up, hurls him. So is it going to be Bibbs? I mean, Ali tried. Ali tried. Oh, that didn't look great for Ali, did it? That didn't look great for Ali. Oh. Yeah, he got yeeted. He did get yeeted. I was just saying, I don't mind Ali, but you know, we kind of worked ourselves up to it being like Kevin Owens. We haven't seen him in a while. Or is it going to be Carmelo Hayes? You know, and we're getting these kind of, maybe Rob Van Dam. You know, like tasty options. Yeah, Mustafa Ali and like Bobby Lashley. Hey, do you remember when Nikki Cross threw that title in the bin? That was cool, wasn't it? That was cool. Could have just advertised this match instead. Well, he hasn't come out yet. That's all I'm going to say. He hasn't come out yet. He might come out. Someone might beat him up from behind. Raw has been taking a few L's these past few weekends. I think tonight's had some talking points, though. Mia Yim's cool. The Bray logo's cool. Some of the matches, segments have been cool. Johnny against Miz was pretty good. It's been all right. It's been all right, man. Seth Rollins versus Mustafa Ali at Survivor Series, said Easy 99. WWE fan said, hyped it up so much, didn't leak it or anything for it to be Lashley. Nikki, title trash is better than BB trashing Ali, said Oration Minds. Brock comes out and gets Bobby. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Now that's interesting. Bibbs makes his way down. Brock attacks him. Seth still doesn't have an opponent. We get surprise. Yes. Jim Howson. That's Howson. No. I was going to say that's Howson. Book that segment. I was trying to fit your name in and make it sound like that's how to book a segment, but use Howson instead. But it didn't work. Sometimes you go for things and they don't work. It's like school. The main event is 30% of your grade, said Mike G. Well, hang on. Jim Howson just told us Howson booked that segment. I tried it again. I went for it again. It didn't work the first time. It didn't work the second time. I thought if I committed a bit more confidently to it, it would work. It's just not going to work. I've tried, Jim. I appreciate it. That's all right, buds. That's all right. I tried. I like it, though. I like it. There's still hope. It's not going to happen. And we are going to end up with Bobby versus Seth. But there's a glimmer. There's a flicker in the distance of opportunity. That the Beast, who, don't forget, got hurt locked at the end of Crown Jewel. He might come out. He could come out. He could come out. Couldn't he? It's good until they hyped up the open challenge for it to be someone obvious. Yes. But Jim Howson just told us Howson book at the... it doesn't matter. Right, we're back to the show. Seth's in the ring. Seth is in the ring waiting for Bibbs. They're showing us Crown Jewel. Maybe laying the groundwork. Here we go. Laying the groundwork. Brock's coming. He's coming. Brock. What if it ends with the Hurt Business coming back? That'd be all right. I like the Hurt Business. Right, we're just seeing what happened at Crown Jewel, and there's Bibbs. Bibbs on the platform. In all fairness, Ali could attack him. He yeeted Ali backstage, but I'm sure Ali's probably back on his feet now. There's a few options for people that could take Bibbs out. Bibbs. So we've got Bobby getting his entrance, pyro going off. There are a few options for people that could take him out of this match. The almighty CGI as Bobby is making his way down to the ring. Bum. Almighty Bobby Lashley. Ali. Brock. Puts his arms in the air. No one's come out. Seth in the ring. Bum. Bobby staring at Seth. Smile on the face of Seth. It's going to be Bobby in it. Oh, God, it's going to be Bobby. They kept pausing so long. He was stood in the entranceway so long. I was like, is someone going to attack him? No one else. But there we go. Bibbs attacks Seth, and Seth goes to the outside. What if Bobby recruits the Hurt Business to deal with Brock once and for all? Dysfunction said confusing main event. Unfortunately, the first show under Hunter I have not enjoyed. Kojiko. Tiger skin is actually striped, just like their fur. Also, no two fur patterns are alike. You can't know that, Kojiko. There's no way, unless you've checked every fur pattern, there's no way of knowing if they're alike or not. Please do not spread fake news in this community chat. Thank you. Bobby Lashley to the outside. Roman should do Seth a favor and spear Lashley. Well, Bobby on the outside, charging over. Super kick there by Seth. Okay, well, look. Bobby against Seth. It's all right, isn't it? Head first into the steel steps. This is going to be a challenge for Seth. We saw Brock struggle. Looking for pedigree on the outside. Doesn't get it, Seth. Back body drop. Bobby comes over. Jumps on top of Seth. Throws in some big shots. Coach Co knows his furs. There better be a big angle at the end of this, said AEW fan. There better be. Booze. Bobby Lashley on the outsides. With Seth. Plants him face first. Got loads of officials out there. You've got to get Rollins in the ring to start the match. So the officials are not doing anything. They're just doing this. Bobby has got Seth up on his shoulders. Drives Seth into the ring post. If Lashley does, if he does get Seth in the ring, they're not ringing the bell. Surely. If you're telling me the match hasn't started, how are the referees going to say that Seth is able to compete after this beatdown? The refs have no idea what to do. No idea at all. Seth gets put through the commentary table. Commentary table explodes. Is Bobby going to win with the help of the Hurt Business? I don't think so. I think Bobby, if he's going to win, he's going to do it on his own. Rollins versus Lashley at War Games 1-on-1. Adam Pearce has come down. There's a lot of time left. There is a lot of time. They're telling Bobby to leave. Is Bobby not the answer? Is Bobby not the open challenge? What's happening? What's going on? Bobby's come down. He's destroyed Seth. The match never started. Brock will come and help. Well, Bobby is being told to leave. Well, Seth can't have a match now. Bobby, Seth's down. What the flip's going on? Bobby is in the entranceway. Austin Theory's here. Austin Theory. If he cashes this in, this would be ridiculous. If he cashes in Money in the Bank right now, that would be ridiculous. Why would Austin Theory cash in on a mid-card belt? Why would he cash in on a mid-card belt? No. No cash in, that's what I'm saying. They're teasing it. No cash in. So don't forget, it's an open challenge. That open challenge has not been answered yet. So I could imagine Theory getting in the ring, saying he's here to answer the challenge and not needing to use the Money in the Bank. Doesn't need to cash it in. That open challenge has not been answered. That's my guess. Why would you cash in for that title? It doesn't work like that, does it, says Shadam. He's not a top guy, said Dustin. He will be, though, if he cashes in and gets one of those big titles. He'll be forced into being a top guy because he'll be a WWE champion or a Universal champion. Is Seth face now? I think he is, yeah. Yeah. He said backstage that he promised the people an open challenge and he was going to deliver it. Not the kind of thing we've been getting from Seth at all. So Bobby destroys Seth. Goes away. Austin Theory has come out. We've got 9 minutes. I'm begging for someone to now attack Theory. This thing is so convoluted. I mean, we had an open challenge. Ali said he was going to answer it. Bobby attacked him. Bobby came down. Attacked Seth. Didn't answer the challenge. He's been kicked from ringside. Now we've got Theory coming down. Twists and turns galore. Brock attacks Bobby and Rob Van Dam comes down. Well, Bobby's been led away, so doesn't look like Bobby's sticking out there. This Raw makes no sense, said Bilal. There's a Montreal event coming up, so it makes sense, said Whisperance. I really wanted it to be Carmelo Hayes or Kevin Owens, said Dysfunction. It's an open challenge, so he doesn't need to cash in, says Matthew. I agree. Don't forget the failed open challenge from Finn Balor earlier. Ezekiel comes back for the save. Fatal 4-way at War Games. Roman isn't going to lose the title for a while. That's why he's doing it, says Mark. What are they waiting for, said Sandy. Can Carmelo come out and attack Theory, please? Kevin Owens would have been perfect. It might be a squash match, says Serious Gaming. Raw needs a new structure to keep 3 hours. That's the problem, said Bilal. Right, here we go. Let's see. Is he going to cash in? Is he going to use it on a mid-card belt? He's still looking at Seth. Seth's explaining that he is injured. Why would he cash it in on a belt he's already had? This would be stupid. I want to cash it in. He picks up Seth. As the bell sounded. The bell hasn't gone. He's cashed it in. He's cashed it in. This is dumb. This is really, really stupid. I have, for the longest time, defended the booking of Austin Theory. Can they get out of it because of the open challenge? I know I'm clutching at straws, but for the longest time, I've defended the booking of Theory, saying it doesn't matter. Give him all the L's, because when he cashes in for the title, he'll have the biggest dub. If Theory loses, can he make the argument this was an open challenge and get the briefcase back? Can he get the briefcase back? Because this is dumb. Oh, God, this is so bad. It's so bad it hurts. I have defended the booking of Theory because I felt I knew why they were doing it. I really thought, well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he loses because he can cash it in next year and get the WWE title. Or get the Universal, probably the WWE. I don't know what to say, man. I mean, he gets power bombed. I can only think he's going to lose, and then he's going to go backstage and say it was an open challenge and he shouldn't lose his briefcase. That's my hope. Strike to the back of the head by Seth. Seth is back in the corner. Seth charging over, gets picked up, put on the shoulders. A-Town down. 1, 2. Bobby pulls the ref out the ring. Bobby pulls the referee out of the ring. You ruined it. Bobby pulls Theory out the ring, hurls Theory into the barricades. Bobby's attacking Theory. What if the match ends in a no contest? What happens if the match ends in a no contest? Into the barricade goes Theory. He's got Theory up. Again drives him into the ring post. Yeah, what if it's a no contest? If it's a no contest, is it just void? Hurt Lock applied. I really think Theory's getting this briefcase back. I really think he's getting the briefcase back. Hurt Lock applied to Theory. Theory going bright red. He gets chucked down. Theory cashed in. The match began. The referee was pulled out the ring. There's not going to be a decision here. Bobby walks away. Rollins is motionless inside the ring. Theory is motionless outside the ring. Referee is counting. Oh, the referee's back and he's counting. The flip is this? He's going to get counted out. Nine. 10. Oh, he makes it just in time. Curb. Rollins. 1, 2, 3. Rollins wins. I go to the shop, get some drinks, come back to see Theory cash in on a mid-card bout. If he doesn't get it, it's the worst cash in ever. Well, it's the worst cash in ever then, because Seth Rollins has won. You know how positive I am, but I am genuinely losing faith in Triple H's booking, says Cal. The flip is this? The flip is this? What is this? It's a load of rubbish. I wish I could find a positive. I thought I'd found one with a no contest. It's not ended in a no contest. The only silver lining is that Theory said it's an open challenge and I shouldn't need to cash in for an open challenge. That's the only way forward I can find here. What is this? There'll be a lot of anger to that tonight. What next for Theory? If I'm Austin Theory, and I am clutching at straws, but I'm going to Adam Pearce saying that that's an open challenge. I shouldn't have to cash in on an open challenge. I answered the open challenge, and there was outside interference. You can clearly see Bobby getting involved. I should not lose my money in the bank briefcase for that. The problem is that Seth was not medically cleared, potentially. So even though it was an open challenge, because of Seth's medical condition, I don't know that an open challenge would have been granted. I don't know that the refs would have cleared Seth for competition. So I don't know how much water the open challenge argument is going to hold. Add in the fact that, well, listen, outside interference, boo-hoo. It happens. You got curb stomped, you lost. It's just so deeply unsatisfying. If he was going to lose, he might as well have lost to Roman, said Wrestle with Andy. No more briefcase. Yeah, I mean, I just think that those Roman matches are so much more exciting when there's the potential for not only him to lose to his opponent, but someone to cash in on him. So not only is it a case that he's got to get past Seth, Kevin Owens, whoever, but when he's at his most vulnerable, and dare I say, when the Usos and Solo are down and they've been beaten and there's no one else to help, that's when someone with a briefcase can come running down when he's at his most vulnerable and potentially successfully cash it in. Cashing in on a flipping mid-card belt is bad. I would argue it's made worse when you think that Austin Theory, who hasn't been on the main roster that long, was the United States champion, lost it, very quickly got the briefcase, and has basically used it to try and get his United States championship back when he could have used it to become a world champion and actually get the belt off Roman when Roman is at his most vulnerable. Theory does not need to beat Roman down. He just needs to have him down for 3 seconds, thanks to someone else's hard work. Theory becoming champ, I always thought, was a very real prospect. And actually, he might not even have had to have cashed it in on Roman. What I liked was the idea of him cashing it in on Cody. Such a waste. It's such a waste. And I don't even know if they do go with the open challenge argument. I don't even know that argument's going to hold water. Because I don't think Seth would have been medically cleared for an open challenge. Unless Theory wins the next Money in the Bank. We're just telling the same story, aren't we, though? How can he explain saying he cashed in on a mid-card bout over a world title? It makes him look dumb. I agree. Triple H didn't give Austin Theory the briefcase, says Chris. That's true. I still think even if you don't want him to successfully cash it in and you don't want to tell the story of him being the world champion, then I think that you can still have him fail. He could have... Why didn't we do this in Saudi Arabia? Why didn't we have Logan push like Roman to the limit and then have Theory come down and try and cash in and fail and at least make that moment even bigger? Like, why have we done it? Why have we done this? Why have we done it on a mid-card belt that makes Theory look like an idiot? You've got a ticket to a world title and you cash it in on a mid-card belt. Ridiculous. And a mid-card belt is ad. Oh, we're gonna wrap it up there. I'm gonna wrap it up there because I don't wanna. I really like this Raw, you know. I think there's some really good stuff here, but I cannot find the positive of this. I really tried, and I thought they might go with a no contest, and I was open to that as a possibility. I can't find a way of this not being the cash-in. I think this is the cash-in. Unless he complains and said it was an open challenge, blah, blah, blah. As I said, for me, that's flawed. Well, look, let's wait and see. Like, here's the positivity. Let's wait and see where this story goes, because I'm sure Theory is going to have plenty to say about it. I'm sure he's going to have plenty to say about it. I don't know that his protests are going to get anywhere. Do you know who booked this? The guy that presses the button for BT Sport that throws to commercial. That douche, right? Who ruined this show for me at times anyway. I bet he booked this. Makes sense now. It all snaps into focus now, doesn't it? Now it makes sense. Right, we're done. One thing you can't say about this Raw is that it didn't provide talking points. It definitely did. It's just that one of them at the end sucked. But I really like Mia Yim coming back. I'm really into the Bray logo. I think that's fascinating. Some of the matches we got tonight were good, especially Johnny and The Miz. I thought New Day and Usos at the start was good. We will do a review. We'll do that on the second channel. Probably have it up in about half an hour. I'm just going to do a little rant. I'm going to rant about this stupid cash-in. But, and then I'll do the review. That'll be over on the second channel in probably about half an hour's time. So, awesome. Appreciate the support, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.